Hey there everybody and welcome back to the action. It does look like the teams are just about ready. I'm of course joined by the delightful man himself, Zach. How's things going that side?
Nick, let's hope that this is sorted with the stream delay. Unfortunately, we have resolved it thanks to you, Nick. So let's hope it works out now.
Yeah, let's hope everything's sorted, and it does look like we're ready to jump into the domination. Right now it is going to be, I believe, LUNAR, FRANTIC, and they're essentially tied up at this point at 1 apiece as we can cross into that gameplay overlay and make sure that we are set to go. So for right now, both these teams locked head to head. It's been a little bit of a nail biter, been a couple of glitches to get things started, but it does look like day number 3, it feels like in a lot of ways. We're finally here, as it is going to be essentially LUNAR taking on FRANTIC 6. If you're just joining us, it is game 3. And Zach, so far, I mean, focusing on these two teams, it's a little bit of a nail biter when it comes down to kills alone, but domination, do you think that's going to be a little bit more tightly fought than the hard point ended up being in the second half?
Say that, but as FRANTIC 6 was so close to that triple cap right there, I would say let's push back quickly to that domination, the S&D recap, because unfortunately due to the issues there, FRANTIC 6 came up with a beautiful place there. Unfortunately, they did lose. LUNAR did go towards round 11, but they lost that final round there, 6-5. But FRANTIC 6 did the best they could, and they were left in a lot of issues where it was just a 1v4, a 1v5 scenario at that point.
Yeah.
And one of the top players in that match was Beppel himself. But talking about this domination right now, FRANTIC 6 seem to be in the bounds with that double cap, and as I'm looking right now, Beppel trying to see his teammates, making sure that B is not covered right there as he lets Maestro go for a little bit of a bait with that B flag. I'm hoping LUNAR can definitely return the favor right now and mess things up for them. Will we go to map 5? Let's have to see, but let's see how this domination goes towards FRANTIC 6 side, and what are your thoughts, Nick?
Well, I think from FRANTIC 6, they've proven time and time again that they're definitely one of the top squads to be able to contend with. Further from that, I think from LUNAR's side of things, they've got quite a bit of work to do, as it does look like the teams remain swapped on their side of things. So unfortunately, once again, they're going to cause a little bit of confusion to the overlay. But FRANTIC 6, which will be represented in purple on our side of things, I think FRANTIC, I mean, Eros is essentially one of the best players in the country in terms of historical. Redem, aka Mr. How Many Teams Can You Be on Redem, has always been a consistent feature in the community, and I think he's one of the players that keeps on wanting to prove himself, and this might be a great opportunity for him to be able to do that with his team. I think from FRANTIC 6 side of things, they're probably my favorites when it comes down to pure pen on paper, but I do think that this LUNAR squad has a deal of chemistry that I don't necessarily think compares to FRANTIC at this point, and we're going to just have to wait and see how that plays out. Chemistry over essentially roster.
Yeah, most certainly, and I can see that LUNAR did definitely try the best they could in that S&D, and talking about that chemistry, they did play pretty well as a team together, and so far have been trying their best, of course, as we go through this winners brackets final for them side, as they are trying their best to try and get to B right now. Maestro just going to work, he can just go through, but I think it's just Redem still being a formidable force in with his AR, making sure B is sided there, and he's just chilling in that Cole Heady side and just watching and making sure no one is touching his B flag.
So look at that, there's a 3P capture at the moment, as it does look like we've got FRANTIC leading from the front, and this is going to be very, very difficult for LUNAR to come back from at this point. I mean, taking a look at some of the players that they rely on. Boots currently 5 and 8. Jason currently 2 and 11. Droplex 5 and 10. At the moment, it doesn't look like anybody from the squad is going positive, and they're just losing out into pure gunfights.
Unfortunately, we just missed that, but Euros just got an amazing quad feed on the feed there with his ram and a pistol kill after. I believe that was 6 kills in a row by him. Unfortunately, we did miss it, but hey, Euros just showing his dominance with this ram currently, as he's going to be pushing towards and trying to be a nuisance on C flag, as LUNAR are trying their best to capture C. He's going to try and cause some more in their spawns as he tries to neutralize it, but possibly not capture it, as he's just making people come into that spawn right there, and he just goes off. Can he get the third right there. Jason is on the side, but I think Bliss will be right behind him to secure him. Just in case, unfortunately, does get taken out. Now Bliss is on that attack side, on the mid. He's trying to attack, but he can't do it right there, unfortunately.
Yeah, they've got some way to go, does this LUNAR gaming squad at the moment. As it looks like Sheldon's going to be the person leaning from the front and trying to say, hey guys, can we do something? The only player essentially with a neutral KD in the team as Sheldon pushes his way in, and we'll be able to pick up one, but Ethan comes out with the pre-fire to be able to take down his opposite number. So far, really well played from the FRANTIC 6 squad there, even though I know it reads LUNAR on the screens. The teams didn't swap as they were supposed to, naughty teams, as it does look like FRANTIC will be able to come up with that. But Ethan has always been such a prolific player, but it's good to see him still sticking around and putting in work.
For real, I mean, his piece there, unfortunately, we did miss him. He's trying his best with that ram to make sure he's getting all those kills and being an issue to the enemy side. I would say it's time for LUNAR. They are trying their best towards that B side, but I don't think it's cutting them pretty well. But let's see how they spawn up, and they're going to try and go for that B capture right now. But Sonic seems to be on the point. Bliss back him up, but it's against a 3 versus 2 scenario currently, as a smoke will go down, and there's just nades and shots going through the smoke. Redum trying to get his best he can through that. No aim assist through the smoke, but it's always been an issue. He just melts Sheldon as Sheldon comes at him. Redum still weak, and this man is just pushing through and just making sure B is his home.
Oh, at the moment, Redum making B his home, whereas it does look like Eros trying to pick up that C flag to try and neutralize it, waste some more time, and essentially buy some time essentially for his teammates as well. As Redum jumps around the corner, unfortunately not going to be able to follow through with the shots to come out with that kill. But once again, just a dominating performance coming in from this FRANTIC 6 squad.
Yeah, 100% right now, and it seems like P can't even be held just yet, as Jason is trying his best to walk through this all right now. But I just think that Pepple is trying his best to make sure that B is secured, as he unfortunately Droplex didn't spot him as he was going towards Locker, and his teammate Ugandan Sonic coming up with his trades right there. They are just securing this B and not letting them come through, Nick. I'm not sure how this is going to turn out right now.
Yeah, well, I kind of have a feeling that it's going to turn out in favor of FRANTIC 6 at the moment. So it does look like Sheldon from his side of things going to try to push forward at the moment. He's been the player really looking towards his teammates for some kind of support and not being able to find it just yet. Somebody out, I believe. That is none other than Ugandan Sonic, who doesn't come back for the challenge, but his teammate sure will, as he comes up with the kill. And to double back, I mean, Eros has been almost a prolific force for his team, especially in this map number 3, 26 and 10. I refer back to him in the old days of when I believe he was playing for High Five at one stage. I used to call him the Lanimal, because when it came down to LAN, I believe it was the old... the good old days in Cape Town, where all the players would essentially get together. And he would always show up whenever it came down to LAN, regardless of whether that was a Trench Town LAN or essentially one of the bigger events as well throughout the year. He always seemed to show up at LAN, so dubbing himself as their Lanimal, but since then taking a little bit of a back step and not necessarily being one of the top contenders in terms of teams, but definitely a top contender in terms of his own play style. So it's good to be able to see him showing up here today.
And he's been doing his best he can for his team and trying to be as aggressive as possible and trying to keep LUNAR at a cause where B won't be theirs at all in this position. But unfortunately, Redum is down and Beppel after. Redum was the man who was at the Cole Heady and just making sure that he's securing those kills, which he was pretty much going off. But this time he's going to come through a push towards Boiler, and I don't think LUNAR is expecting him to come through as they all focus on the side there. Redum picking up a one piece, and he's going back to neutralize that B and capture it right there as his teammates got him secured from Boiler's side right there. So Ugandan Sonic just going massive for his teammate and just making sure Redum is securing that point as he gets Jason off right there. Unfortunately getting taken out, but Sonic is back with the trades. Unfortunately not getting the second right there. His teammate holding him back.
Yeah, and at the moment, from LUNAR's side of things, quite the mountain to try climb with 1 minute 20 seconds left on the clock. It's all but over for them, as it looks like we're going to once again transition all the way to hard points. And this is where, to be honest, LUNAR, I mean, looking solid in Search and Destroy, looking pretty decent at the start of the previous hard point, which was played on this very same map. And now when it comes down to Ramaza, I don't know. Will they have what it takes to be able to hang toe-to-toe against this Frantic squad that's coming out firing? And having a look at the second half of even this domination, Redham has been on fire.
Yes, most certainly, and he's definitely been proving that as he's trying to hold his best he can on that coal. He hasn't left this place. This man loves the B flag, but he's making sure that his team is secure on that point, and he's backing up his teammates the best he can right now. And look at him, he already knows that there's possibly a flank going on because there's so much going on the left side that no one focuses on the right, as Boots is going to be pushing him, and he does lose the gunfight to Boot, but it won't be any close time for them as FRANTIC 6 takes this. But speaking about Redham, on Ramaza, I have seen him play in a couple of 10s, and I've seen him scrim there a couple of times. I'm certain that he will go off in that map, but we'll just have to wait and see. And if it is this time to say goodbye to LUNAR, or will LUNAR back it up in Ramaza and try and get this up to game 5?
We're going to have to wait and see, but for right now it does seem that FRANTIC are definitely the squad to beat in the winners bracket final of essentially the challengers bracket. I mean, they've managed to now once again take one step closer to that grand finale, and definitely a nice position to be able to end your series in. I understand that this is the challengers bracket, and we're definitely going to go into the business side of things when it comes down to the Premier, but this is a great opportunity. Put some players on the spotlight, give them that opportunity, but really, really well played to Eros. You get 33 kills there. Looking absolutely dominant as FRANTIC 6 comes up on top 2-1 against LUNAR Gaming.
Sheldon could only do so much as he was coming through. He's trying to secure those points for his teammate. Jason not having the greatest time in that gun runner domination, but from FRANTIC's side, they pretty much made sure that there was a solid cap for all of the players, making sure that B is theirs, and they were trying their best to get through that 3 capture point. But unfortunately, it wasn't just enough. They did manage to get those 3 captures, but from LUNAR's side, they couldn't get off and hold those the B position very well.
Yeah, so I mean, from LUNAR side of things, they've got quite a work to do on this Ramaza, and I don't know, if you're sitting on their side of things, what are you saying to your team? Is it just words of encouragement? Is it, hey guys, I think we're outmatched at this point? I'm not too sure, because even from what we're seeing from our side of things, it doesn't seem like that they can keep up to the pace that has been set by the squad here from FRANTIC 6.
Yeah, FRANTIC seemed super aggressive in this domination, and just after capturing B, I would see Euros just sprint towards the blue crate side of Gunrunner and just go off massively right there, and making sure that half wall is secured. Him playing between boiler and blue crates all non-stop.
All right, so I mean, do you have any predictions, Zach, going into this game number 3? Do you think we're going to go all the way to map number 5? Or do you think we're going to see things change up a little bit?
I think FRANTIC will take it in this one. I think it'll be a 3-1.
Fair enough. I mean, yeah, I mean, FRANTIC from their side of things, definitely odds-on favorites going into map number 4, especially just considering how solid their respawn gameplay has been. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering what that map number 4 is, it is going to be some Ramaza, and it will be the map that we stay on regardless of the result. It will be the final map that we play, because at the moment it is 2-1 in favor of FRANTIC, and once again, if it comes down to respawn alone, I mean, this is where kind of, if you're LUNAR, you say, can we do search and destroy please first? Is there any way that we can make that happen? Because I think that's a mode that favors them in a lot of ways. They were looking very, very solid on search, breaking those areas pretty well as a squad. But further from that, I mean, you've got to say FRANTIC are the favorites, the odds-on favorites to be able to come out on top.
Yeah, definitely. And a couple of those players, even though I was talking about him earlier, Ugandan Sonic has been doing wonders for his new team that he has been playing a part of, recently from OGC and now into FRANTIC 6. I've seen he's really made sure that his team is he's being used in his team the best he can as he's spread out, and he's making sure that his team are all secured, and he's getting them trades. Make sure to be getting those trades, and he's doing the best he can.
So, I mean, we're talking about losers bracket is essentially the team that is waiting any one of these squads from this match, essentially, that falls down. Going into that one, should they go up against LUNAR and losers brackets? I mean, we can always double check and see if there's any games that were previously played against the two. I'm not too sure. I'm going to have a little bit of a quick browse at the brackets just to see losers bracket. They went up against FRANTIC and it was a 3-1 situation. So should FRANTIC come up with this one, it was a 3-1 as well, technically speaking, in the winners bracket final. So we might have a highly evenly matched game going into that next one. But that being said, it does look like the players are pretty much ready, and it does look like it is time for map number 4. We here on Ramaza Hardpoint. Let me know those predictions in the chat. Do you have any predictions in exact score count here? I know you said you're favoring FRANTIC, right?
It's like 252, 132 FRANTIC, yes.
Okay.
Now 132, you know why I'm so specific? I have no idea why. What about you, Nick?
I think this is going to be 250 to 190 to FRANTIC. Yeah, let's see what happens. But at the moment, it's going to be Eros opening up with an absolute banger. As he picks up.
And he's going massive. Sorry about that.
As he picks up, does look like 2. So Redham from his side of things now going to be making his way towards the top bridge. Trying to get a couple of shots on. Will be able to knock down 2 opposite numbers as he does get some reinforcements from his teammates to be able to rotate out.
Yeah, and Sonic managing to see the flank already being done there as Beppel is trying to get towards that P2, coming towards the back there. He's gonna be definitely, he knows that they are 2 teammates. I think he's just gonna hold his time for P2 as Eros is just gonna be helping his teammates out. There's a lot of them in point. And Sheldon coming up to the staircase, taking out the man himself, Mr. Bush, and now he doesn't go off. But Sheldon just seems to be going off towards the end there. Unfortunately, gets stopped by Redham's shoes. Oh, they are trying their best, LUNAR, to hopefully break this. Not the greatest start, but let's see how it goes for the P2 point right now.
Droplix was in the heel, but unfortunately when he gets knocked out, and Bip comes up with 2 in quick reply. LUNAR clearly on the back foot when it comes down to the respawns, but now have an opportunity to try break their way in. Sheldon working his way forward, but it does look like 2 players have spawned on the right hand side. He's got a bit of work to do as he launches out a Simtex. Will be able to take down the kill there on Bliss. Now works his way towards top arch. Will be able to take down 1. This is good play here from Sheldon, but there's a player behind him. And that's where, once again, why your anchoring and spawn points are so important in hardpoint.
Yeah, definitely, because just like that, as you can see, LUNAR just takes off that points. Yeah, it's only 20 seconds, but this 20 seconds could mean a lot for them right now as they have been slacking on that hill time, and they are trying their best, as you can see, as Boots is still on point, but Droplix is already going with his teammates, trying to secure the next point, but it's too late for them, as Frantic 6 already got that spawn. Bliss inside, but Euros on the top with the knife miss, but he gets it off there in the end. Well done to him.
This is a huge play opportunity here for the FRANTIC squad at the moment as they're holding down the hill. Does look like LUNAR need to try rotate their way through. Jason is the furthest forward for his squad on the right hand side. Looks like he'll get a little taste of Commentator's Curse as he gets knocked down. Boots on the top end will be able to take player under ladder, and now that's going to free up a little bit more room for them to be able to make their way through to the hill.
Yeah, and Boots trying to avoid that gunfire now as LUNAR is pushing up towards him, but Euros is right in front of him. Euros doesn't see him as Maestro takes him out. There's 3 people in front of him. Boots gets 2 of them. Just 1 moment. He's gonna shoot through the smoke, but it's not any close there, unfortunately. But Sheldon is still trying his best to hold this point as Sonic is gonna be pushing him. He stops with Sonic, but it's not that quite. As Frantic 6 just breaks through. It's just 1 man right now, right there at that point.
They got a decent amount of time off that previous heal, did LUNAR. Managed to hold out a little bit of scrap before they get themselves the rotations. Now, this is where they need to hold massively. And I want to look to Droplix at the moment from the left-hand side of things. He's going to be making sure that he's watching bridge from this top side. Ugh, it's a bit unconventional in terms of the weapon approach at the moment. Currently using that MP5 to hold top. So, looks down and he sees a player down low. This is a good hold here from LUNAR as they try to fight their way back into it.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I think when he was looking at that, Sonic did manage to escape his side and push through. Right now, Sonic getting taken out. Well done to him by his teammate, securing Droplix right there as Sheldon is going massive towards the side. It just seems like Droplix was in a pretty good position up there. Maybe he should go back up as LUNAR are trying their best to make sure that no one is coming through. Euros on the left side of Dirt coming through, but bullet closable and Boots wins that gunfight. Well done to him. Unfortunately, getting taken out towards the back there.
Yeah, but they get themselves essentially around about 45 seconds of heal time there, so that's really, really solid for them in their squad at the moment. We'll be able to contest it for a couple, but now it's all about the rotations, and furthest forward for the opposite squad, it's Ugandan Sonic. He goes up against Sheldon and Droplex comes out on top.
You know, he went into that contest for a couple seconds and then he backed away super fast as he could, but he was still going off to help his teammates and picking up a dirty 3-piece right there as we go quick over to Jason. Ooh, he seems to be holding in his points, and Redham and Beppel going off on that feed right now. Blitz trying to make a breakthrough, but I think LUNAR are trying their best to hold down this point, and they have brought it back slowly. They've slowly brought it back.
Slowly but surely. But at the moment, it does look like the heal will get taken over from the Frantic squad. They still do have spawns, does LUNAR, but they need to try and get their way in. At the moment, it is going to be Jason who picks up 2 inside the heal. Boots is going to be able to try and look to trade that one out. Bep, however, just making a little bit of a nuisance of himself at the moment, as once again, rotations are going to come through here from the top side. It's Boots trying to make his way in, and this is going to be an absolutely crucial gunfight for him to come out on top of. Let me change,
like
Codcaster.
That's all good. Just like Gunrunner right now, it just seems like LUNAR has been definitely getting off those rotations the best they can. And Boots still rocking on that top triple and making sure his teammates are secured right there as Droplet gets that beautiful double Centix kill. But I'll just say again, LUNAR has been on that rotation grind non-stop, but the question is, can they hold it against Frantic 6? The way that Frantic 6 pushes through hasn't been the greatest side towards LUNAR's defense.
They're doing well in terms of coming up with a hold, but at the moment, Boots gets the call out that there is a player trying to anchor from the backside. This is going to cause a little bit of a split. This means that he can't really watch bridge side, but he does dive all the way down to see if he's able to contest. From the further side of things, he does spot out his teammate, but there's mass confusion inside the hill, as it is going to be Frantic once again trying to build up a little bit of a lead here. Rotations are currently in favor of LUNAR Gaming, but they've still got some work to do, as furthest back is going to be Boots trying to hold down this anchor position.
He's trying his best to hold on that anchor position, and like I said again, LUNAR already on that rotation, and unfortunately for Boots in that other ground, he thought his own teammate was the enemy there, as that as contested as he could. Sheldon going massive towards the back there, as Beppel and Euros takes him out finally. Now it's time for Frantic to break through as that point is broken almost.
Great coordinated push coming in here from this Frantic squad as they flip it and manage to get themselves spawns as well. Boots on a huge role here to be able to play, as he's not going to be able to connect with all the shots. The Simtex will be able to connect. However, it's Frantic that jump into the hill and create the hold. Only 5 points essentially separate these two teams. We asked ourselves for a hard point. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got one.
100% right now, and Sheldon trying to cause some issues on top plat right now as he's just holding in points, as LUNAR is again going on those rotations. The Maestro setting up there while Sheldon's trying to be a nuisance on the point on tunnel, but he spots one coming out armory, spots 2. Bliss and Ugandan Sonic are there. The nade won't connect just yet from Sheldon's side as they're gonna be trying to break through currently towards a mid and bottom. Cafe will drop 2. And Euros is coming towards Bliss, going massive towards there. They seem to be just pushing in. Boots is trying his best to secure his teammates.
Sheldon had some terrible COD timing there. The trophy system will get put down on the hill. We currently have 3 in and surrounding from LUNAR Gaming on their side of things to try hold off this Frantic push. And that's
Boots,
exactly what it is, as Boots comes up with the triple.
And an unfortunate TK there by Bliss, killing off Rhythm towards the end there, but Sheldon has picked up that point, kills, and Boots is back there. I say Boots is back there because that man is trying his best with his AR to stop Euros in his tracks, because once you stop Euros, your AR is down, and this is your point to push through, and Euros is pushing through right now, and he's being dominated them non-stop with that, but Sheldon has managed to stop them, and LUNAR are securing the best time as they can right now, but this time it's going to be Frantic 6 on that rotation as Sheldon is trying his best to go through next.
Yo, wow, LUNAR take the lead, but it's about to disappear as it's Frantic on what could be the second final heal right here, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be their furthest player forward. Sheldon trying to pick up the work. He's been looking phenomenal throughout. At the moment, using that MP5, spots a player, distance, picks up another one, and this time he dives around the corner. Will he be able to find the next? No, Bep managed to stay alive somehow. It's still going to be a hold coming out here from Frantic, but it's looking exactly that. It's Frantic from the squad, as neither team can seem to get a grip hold of this game just yet. Droplex trying to make his way in. It does look like Sheldon's going to be able to pick up 2. Huge retake here coming in from LUNAR.
100%. And Beppo trying to come in contested, and he picks up a dirty two-piece. He's gone to take it back for just 18 seconds. Can he get the third and fourth right there? But Lutz and Maestro will back him up. LUNAR are back on that grind to make sure there's a couple of seconds left there. Ugan and Sonic already on Armory, just watching off to the sides as they are getting ready to go on to Noob. Redem is set up with his trophy. FRANTIC 6 does have rotations. One will be jumping out, and that is Droplix. But Sonic, being the nuisance that he is on that Armory, just needs to secure it. But Redem just needs to watch out now as LUNAR, it does get spawns. Unfortunately, that is Call of Duty spawns for you. It makes no sense some days, but hey, this is the game.
It is indeed. At the moment, it is going to be LUNAR coming up with a hold. Now the heal will be contested. It's going to be Maestro. He's been putting in some work. He managed to flank through the back and picks up the big kills when he needs to, but unfortunately, two of his teams get taken down. It's going to be Jason jumping onto the heal right now. We've got 30 seconds left on the clock, and this one is still anybody's game, ladies and gentlemen, as the heal remains contested. It's Eros that picks up the AR and says, "Get out of my heal, son." Tries to watch the back, but it's Droplix that comes up with one of his own. Now there's only 20 points essentially away are FRANTIC. This hill closing out will mean that they should be only 4 points away. It's going to be a LUNAR that needs to rotate here. This is their last hold. They're going to need to come out strong. If they lose these gunfights, they are surely out of it. It's going to be the player Jason that they look to try stand up strong, but it's not going to be enough, as 2 points is all it takes as they jump into the hill. The hill will remain contested at the moment. It's going to be Bep that comes up with a kill, and they're 1 second away, and just like that, it's FRANTIC that come up with the win and essentially knock down their opposition to verse losers bracket.
They didn't get a chance. LUNAR didn't get a chance towards the end there as Beppo, Redem, Eros and Ugan and Sonic were going massive there towards the end, just making sure that point is secured. No one is touching that. FRANTIC 6 made a point right here saying that this point is mine. You are not touching it. Yeah, sure, you're going to get those rotations, but we will be just easily clicking through and breaking every single one of those whole defense points, and they did so with grace right there towards the end. Jeez.
What a game that was. I mean, we didn't. We thought that was going to be FRANTIC convincingly. So I believe you said 250 to 135. I mean, wow. I mean, even I was wrong from my side of things. I thought it was still 100 points going in the favor of LUNAR. Yes, FRANTIC ended up winning that one, but what a close game. And I'm going to say, well done. Take a bow, Sheldon and Boots, doing really, really well in that one. Sheldon leading from the front with 35 kills in the back pocket. Unfortunately, seen a little bit let down by some of their teammates, but hey, it is COD, and that is the way of life from time to time. For right now, it is going to be FRANTIC that essentially secure their spots in the grand finals of the Challenger Knockout. And Zach, from that side of things, they've got quite a way still to go. We've got, of course, the losers bracket final that will be kicking off oh so shortly. As we get ready for that game. That'll be around about 15 minutes before we see that one taking place. And as we wait to see what takes place on that one, I mean, losers bracket versus LUNAR Gaming, we asked ourselves the question a little bit earlier. I mean, they both have lost out to FRANTIC 3-1, so they've clearly created a rivalry for themselves. But could be a very heavily contested game.
Like I said, yeah, 100%. I mean, LUNAR tried their best. I know Sheldon and Boots tried their best they could in that game, and they definitely tried to keep that level on top as best as they could towards the end, but it wasn't close enough. But hey, they went off with the fighting spirit, and it's not over for them just yet.
Not over for them just yet, but as we get ready and set up from our side of things, Zach, I think that's going to bring a conclusion essentially to our casting together today. I believe I'll be joining Woot in the next game, as Trout did have a couple of connection issues, but that's absolutely perfect. My voice will just completely get destroyed by game number 3. But Zach, I want to say thank you very much for joining us here today. Of course, we've got the premier side of things to still cast, and I'm sure we'll be able to get to a couple of those games together. But thank you so much for joining me in game number 1.
Thank you very much, and appreciate you guys for tuning in to watch game number 1 with me and Nick cast. And obviously Nick will take it over with Houdini next.
Absolutely. Thank you, Zach. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll catch you in around about 15 minutes time as we get ready for game number 2. It's going to be losers bracket taking on LUNAR in the losers bracket final. Sounds confusing? Don't worry. We'll break it down all for you shortly. Cheers.
Hold tight, can't make foes collide. Hold tight. Hello.
Till I get up, time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go.
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, and if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to see, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah.
I'm on my own, broken and alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me, that's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas, oh you meant the world to me. Oh you meant the world to me. Oh you meant the world to me.
Do you remember how you held me then? Now you got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out? Down in the deep of my mind, I call for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I call for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you. How long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you.
with
you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. Take you like a pill.
I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. That it feels right. Feels right. So right, so right, so right. I'm just going with the gut. Never had a doubt, felt like this is just a must. Put me in perspective, I'm the deepest in the cut. Everybody tuning in, but this is just for us now. We know I ain't ballin' yet. Hoes wanna holler, oh no, I don't call them back. Girl, let me see you hold it down, we gon' have a blast. Cause I just wanna know what you gonna do with all of that. Ain't gotta say a word, I know what's up. You can have it all, watch me rip it off. I'll admit it, you got me feeling hella loved. Even when it's going down, know that we gon' live it up. Young shot caller, always been a baller. Know that you the one, I can feel it in my heart. Yeah, I won't stop charging, we going come harder. I can see you and I, I can never ever find the right.
Hey there, everybody, and welcome to the action. This is the Call of Duty Community Clash, and I'm joined by Mr. Wootini. How are you doing, good sir?
Good for Sunday. How about you, Nick?
I'm keeping well this side. The things heated up in that last game for sure, where I was commentating with Zach. But for right now, of course, we've got a lot of action to be able to see what is going to go down here in the losers bracket side of things for the final. The team that does end up winning this will go back up once again to essentially face the opposition that is FRANTIC 6, that is, I'm sure, watching this game with a keen eye at the moment. Jumping in, any thoughts of from your side of things before we go into the action?
Well, I actually casted the FRANTIC 6 versus losers bracket yesterday, and it was, even though the scoreline didn't show it, it was a really close game. FRANTIC 6 was just more critical on certain points. Watching the LUNAR game versus FRANTIC 6 now, I think LUNAR might have a struggle ahead of them again.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is with LUNAR at the moment, it seems like they blow hot and cold at times. I mean, taking a look at the respawns a little bit earlier on in that first hard point, it seems like they managed to get the momentum going into the first half, but then fell apart essentially on the second half. And then we have a look at what happened at their game against FRANTIC in that Ramaza HP. And to be honest, I think that they can hang with their opposition when it comes down to respawns if they're all on that same level of communication, but it doesn't seem to be always happening, and it's not always translating to them. So it's something that they definitely need to work on.
I saw, I mean, in that Ramaza map, on that last hard point, they were trying to get to, they're trying to get spawns, they're trying to get to place first, but then their heal was just broken so quickly and so effectively that's what was the downfall. I guess there was just a lot of miscommunication in the team because people were standing in the open, and yeah, I think they just got outdone by good communication.
All right, so let's see if the communication is going to be able to pop off here today. I mean, you thought that from your side of things that losers bracket is going to be the team to beat. Furthermore, do you want to maybe state a little bit why in terms of their roster, who they're going to look to?
Definitely Ninja and Matat. Matat didn't play well at all yesterday, but I know him. I've played against him quite a bit, and he is absolutely devastating, wrecking as well. Ariana Grande and Lychee, you know, can hold their own, especially Lychee, but Ninja, if he pops off today, he's going to cause massive issues for LUNAR Gaming.
Right, so at the moment it does look like the first heal is going to be held here by this losers bracket squad. They've been looking pretty decent so far in the start of this game, and it has to be said, Ninja God and I'm not too sure, Ariana Grande, if she dropped the mic and started picking up the controller.
Yeah, I kept on saying because unfortunately she was at the bottom of the table, so it was bottom of the charts yesterday pretty much for all 4 games that were played. So I'd like to see her. I don't want to judge, but make a little bit of a comeback on 2 for 1. So if we can keep that momentum, let's just see. But as you can see, 35 to 16 and counting, and the early rotates already coming from losers brackets to try to get that point, but now they have to break P2.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky one for them on this one. When it comes down to hard points at the moment and playing on St. Petro, what do you think is the key points that the teams need to be able to focus on?
I think whoever can get restaurant and pool hall is going to win this. All the other points has Matt P1. They're relatively easy. Everyone knows, you know, what to do. But when it comes to restaurants and bar, there's so many points of entry and so many exits as well. You know, you can stand top blue and pick people off. So whoever gets to control those points is going to win for me.
At the moment, you can see rotations in favor of LUNAR on their side of things as they pick up the heals. But on the opposite side, they have sent Sheldon all the way, and he's gotten off really, really early. He's got essentially the wrecking ball of Matat and wrecking to be able to face on this backside. So let's see what he's going to be able to do in this position.
Well, he's in a dangerous position. No one has actually, you know, even thought to check that. They thought, okay, cool, we're going to rotate. Well, not really early, but there, he gets his first pick off there, taking out wrecking, and yeah, he's getting, yeah, that's his second coming in now. Ooh. So finally gets taken out.
Eventually does get taken out and managed to hold them off, being a thorn in the side of opposition for right there. But at the moment, it does look like LUNAR from their side of things do still have the lead, but that early rotations as a squad, despite Sheldon there being there a little bit earlier, go in favor of losers bracket. Now, how can LUNAR break this as a team? And this is something that we saw them struggling with in terms of trying to break FRANTIC's lineup a little bit earlier as a squad. It seems that it always happens to happen in drips, and they don't necessarily just rely on squad movement, whereas they seem to rely on the individual play.
Well, Sheldon is absolutely popping 13 for 3 and solely responsible. I mean, look at him on that hill now. He had just had to defend against 2. It was a little bit ago, but he managed to clutch that situation. Now he's pulling his team double points ahead. And yeah, and you can already see LUNAR is, you got number 7 in boots. He's already sitting there pool hall, and he's got control.
Alright, so at the moment from Matat's side of things, he's able to push forward. He needs to pick up this player in pool hall. Let's see if he's going to be able to do that, as it does look like he comes through with that kill. So LUNAR now on a severe back foot, as they're quite far well stretched from the heal. As the furthest forward is going to be Droplex, as let's see how he's going to be able to contest with this one. We'll be able to take down Matat, and now it's 2 kills coming in favor, but it does look like it's mostly all raid on our side of things, which is in favor of the losers bracket squad.
Well, losers bracket, I don't know what they're doing. If you look at them, they are so clustered on the point. They're not trying to get any aerial positions or you know, trying to get any call outs. They're just kind of stacked on point. All 5 of them are committed to the point at the same time. No one's standing top train, no one's standing top bar, or even trying to buy time for their team to be able to pull points. But now they're going to be able to get those last points, and now this is where I think it's all going to come down to. This is Kitchen P4.
Alright, so
rather.
We called that the heal was going to be so important here in mid-map. At the moment, it's going to be Droplex furthest forward for his squad, but loser bracket, maybe it's paying off. I mean, as you mentioned, they seem to like to cluster towards the heal, and it seems like they're sending full force where it's going to be Ariana Grande on the right-hand side who pushes furthest forward for the squad, but doing well to be able to hold down mid to bring this back even.
Maestro just try to pull in, and that's why Kitchen is so devastating, because if you can just hold a couple of simple angles and get the kills, you're gonna win that hill. But as I say that, it looks like LUNAR just broken that hill even for a second now. Got a couple of good kills coming in from Lychee and Wrecking to be able to get that heal, but now they are pretty well, they're in trouble for P1.
Yeah.
If you look from the aerial perspective, look at where LUNAR is. They're already beautifully set up. They've just lost Droplex, and that's it, and they'll have P1, and it's only a 10-point difference.
well, if we wanted to know if this is going to be a tightly contested series between these two teams, I think that we have that question answered at the moment. Losers bracket losing out on the rotations, as we mentioned, coming into P1 in the second time around. As Sheldon now furthest forward for his squad, trying to pick up a couple of kills of his own. Will expose himself a little bit there, but will get taken down, as it does look like Losers bracket break their way in as the heal remains contested. It's not going to be enough, as Ninja God was the last player to fall down. They are bound to repeat and try again.
You can see it, like, this is beautiful. Look at where Maestro is at the moment. There's still more than 30 seconds left on the points. He's already got trophy system out. He was just analyzing to see, okay, where is my opposition? And he's just been able to confirm that they are absolutely nowhere near P2. Obviously, it is Losers bracket on holding position at the moment, but the lion's share of the points went to LUNAR on the hill.
Alright, so at the moment, it is going to be the squad from Losers bracket that have still got the lead. I mean, looking pretty solid despite LUNAR getting those early rotations. It's all about how can they hold it. At the moment, the furthest player on the right hand side, Ariana, needs to try come up big. Unfortunately, he's let down there as Boots inside the hill will have to do some work for his squad.
Unfortunately, I think Maestro is going to go down now, and yeah, Maestro does go. No, sorry, Maestro actually gets the kill.
Wow.
And then this is like a beautiful position to be in. He's just hiding there, and he's going to be able to hear any footsteps coming past. And they haven't allowed anyone probably within 10 meters of that hill. And now information coming across saying, okay, they're coming out of bar, and he just got taken out. So that information is crucial for LUNAR, who are now in the lead.
Absolutely, and you got to say that it has been a very impressive hold in this hill for LUNAR. A much needed one in many ways, as at the moment Jason's lying down inside the passage outside the hotel entrance. Unfortunately for him, he'll get knocked down. But now it's once again those rotations coming into play, and furthest back it's going to be LUNAR. But Leechy managed to come up with an important kill to be able to come through the back of his opposite numbers. I want to jump on board with him if it will allow me, just to see what he's able to do. Unfortunately, getting the curse. And it does look like player number 5, Matat, you singled him out a little bit earlier, managing to do well to hold out a couple of seconds on the heel, but Spawns going in favor of LUNAR, which is absolutely massive here.
And now they're all committed to Riverside. If they do not break this heel now, they are going to be in trouble. It was broken for a second. And this is going to be a very important gun battle. 195, this could be the determination. I mean, if LUNAR can do well here, they can win on the next heel.
Well, they come up with 3 of their own, and it does look like it's raining in favor of Losers bracket at the moment, who managed to come up with a hold as they need to fight their way back into this. This last 15 seconds of scrap time is going to remain uncontested as LUNAR make their way towards the pool hall. And this is really where Losers bracket need to be able to come out big, and this is why I want to bring up the top overview of the map to see how are they going to essentially venture their way across to the opposite side of the map.
Well, Matat's trying to push, and he's getting crossed. Look where Boots is again, aerial position. This is what the huge mistake that Losers bracket made on pool hall. Look at this. Look at how LUNAR is so spread out and be able to get information from aerial positions, whereas they were stacked, and that's why heel was broken so easily. I mean, if the position's contested, you're not getting any points. And look, LUNAR can win it from this. I don't think that they will, but they're going to put themselves in a really good position to be able to.
Yeah, absolutely, but it is going to be a front-facing push coming in here from Losers bracket. The heel will remain contested as players try to sweep their way in from both sides, essentially bottlenecking themselves on the corner as Losers bracket take over the heel. This is going to give them enough time to take the lead should they hold every single second. However, the heel remains contested. Oh, this is a little bit of a panic from Ariana. Oh, I'm not too sure, but he relies on wrecking at the end to be able to come out on top.
Yeah, Wrecking is doing well, 26 for 19. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's the highest kills of anyone at the moment. Not the best KD, but definitely the highest kills. So, doing really well there. They'll get scrap time. That's about to pop off. So, 223 to 217. And now, that's what I told you, Restaurant is going to be where it's at. And that's at the moment in Losers bracket.
Right, so heel heavily contested as Ninja God is just going to hold the staircase, spots out a play on the right hand side, will dip back up the staircase to make sure that his back is protected, tries to pre-fire outside the doors, it's Boots that tries to challenge the Semtex, is not going to be able to connect. However, 4 kills, 5 kills coming out on top of Losers bracket at the moment. Another player's going to be able to pour in here from LUNAR. Will he be able to come out with the hold? Losers bracket looking so good. It's all raining in favor of them. 4 kills right now. Matat is doing some work outside the hill. 8 seconds is all that remains, and it's going to be Losers bracket that are seemingly coming out on top. The hill remains contested on both sides. Who's going to be able to come out on top? It is still Losers bracket that hold. The players keep dripping
4
through.
points away.
Wow.
it needs to be one in a restaurant. That'll just be so testament. It is. It is. Wow. Wow.
Huge plays being made there from losers bracket. They jumped inside the hill and they relied on that key cornerstone tactic of what they do on hardpoint, is that they commit players to HP and they essentially spread them across the area, came out with trades when they needed to, and to be honest, the squad there as a whole clutched up.
I agree. I do feel LUNAR had the better tactics. It was just that final, that final gunfight, as well as P4 and P5. That was the difference.
Really well played, that's to be said there to Wrecking from his side of things. 32 and 22 deaths with 8 defense. Matat also coming up very solid with amount of defense, despite dying quite a bit for his squad. And really, really well played there, as it does look like losers bracket essentially managed to call it all the way through, maybe since they created their name, that they're essentially the 1-0 lead winners here on this map or game so far. Going into game number 2, we've got some good old search and destroy that we're going to be checking out from our side of things. But sure, what a way to start things off here, Woot.
Yeah, I think that Search and Destroy is definitely going to be extremely interesting. Again, a very open map. I'm going to put this one in favor of, I know you didn't ask me, but I'm telling you, I'm going to put this one in favor of LUNAR.
Yeah.
I think that losers bracket's going to get too aggressive and they're going to get picked off one by one, but let's see.
We'll have to wait and see indeed, as it does look like it's going to be Search and Destroy on Piccadilly. And to be honest, I'd like, from my side of things, to see LUNAR come back on this one. I want to see the sniper rifle gameplay come out for sure. As we all know, in Piccadilly, long lines of sight and even some spawn snipes that you're able to pick off the bat. As we jump on in, we can maybe have a little bit of a look at what weapon selects we've got on screen, because I definitely don't want to miss a second of that action.
Yeah, well, I'm waiting. I'm pushing T on my keyboard just to see when that pops up.
Alright, so it does look like we've got Boots and Ariana on both sides. So I'm going to jump on board with Ariana. Looks like all the way back in spawn at the moment.
I'm trying to quickly fix my thing, and then I'm going to get on with Boots and see what Boots can do. But Leechy has dropped already. Boots. I'm on Boots at the moment. Leechy, Wrecking, and Matat.
Just like that, Ninja God is left to be the last one alive. Currently sitting outside Fountain. Will he be able to pick them up? I'm not too sure if the call-out's been made, but he picks up another one. No, unable to stay alive as Droplex and Jason, the last two players, decide who's going to be able to pick up the bomb. As just like that, it's a LUNAR Gaming that pick up the first round of the Search and Destroy.
Well, so my predictions are 5 away from being correct for LUNAR. So it was exactly that. You saw losers bracket playing super aggressively, and just crossfire coming in from LUNAR Gaming, making that an easy pickup. Ninja God could have done some damage there, but again, Jason right there for the trade.
All right, so we switch sides yet again, and I believe Boots was the player to watch on the attack for the opposition team.
Correct. Sorry, again, this when it comes to COD, there's bugs. So I'm gonna get on board with Boots as well. Hopefully he can get a pick off. He's still on HDR. I've seen teams actually switch from attacking to defending, and they'll go from an M4 to HDR, M4 to HDR, depending whether they're attacking or defending.
Alright, so Boots at the moment hasn't spotted out the players on the far right hand side. We are down to a 2v3 situation, as it's actually Boots that gets left all alone here to try and protect the bomb site. He's going to make his way up now towards the archers, and let's see if he's going to be able to spot out anybody on the bomb. Picks up one. That's Wrecking. Oh no.
Oh, that was so close. That could have been brilliant. That could have been a collat if he had just waited for a second longer. He could have got that collat through onto bomb and Leechy, but not to be. Losers bracket's going to pick up that first point.
Alright, so they tie things up. So far on defense, both of these teams looking pretty strong. So will it be the one who breaks the mold, the one that sets himself apart by winning essentially that attacking round to disturb the momentum of the game? We're going to have to wait and see. As if you're just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, this is map number 2, and at the moment, losers bracket do have the 1-0 lead. And now it's going to be them on the attack, and once again, we always want to stay on board with the sniper rifle gameplay, but it doesn't look like anybody from Losers Bracket has picked up the sniper.
Yeah, that's actually strange. I mean, they've just won a round. They obviously, well, I actually didn't see if they had the sniper, but the bomb, that super aggression coming and playing well. Ninja God getting a kill, Leechy getting another kill, and now the bomb is down. So advantage Losers Bracket at the moment. Jason's trying to go for the crossfire there on Ticket Booth. I don't think he's going to manage much. Matat picking up Shelvin as well.
Matat comes up with a shot. Boots misses out on an important one, and this time it's the sniper rifle that gets left alone. And we'll be able to pick up the kill there on Ninja God, but with 18 seconds left on the clock, I don't think he's got the time needed to be able to try clutch up on this one.
Well, seemingly the aggression's working for Losers Bracket. They're naturally a very aggressive team. I mean, a lot of players, you know, would say, okay, let's see if we can play for a pick. Obviously, with the open, you know, the open area of Piccadilly, you can pretty much do anything, run any angle. It just depends if your gun positioning's right. But I'd like to see LUNAR just, you know, playing a little bit more angles and playing a little bit more picks, because I think they are feeling rushed.
Alright, so on the attack, it is going to be LUNAR, and as you can see, the players from Losers Bracket trying to get the spread as smoke grenades do get thrown out. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade here. And if we take a look at the setup, it does look like an A push is in store.
You can see that, ooh, LUNAR in a little bit of trouble. They've got a player disadvantage. Jason's on bomb at the moment, and Jason's not on bomb at the moment. He's on the floor. That's leaving Boots yet again, and Droplex to try and clutch V3. I'm on board with Boots at the moment. He's going scaffolding, and he's going to try and get a pick here, looking mid. But he's not going to find anyone. And now Losers Bracket, strangely enough, are actually standing static and waiting.
Alright, so in a 2v2 situation at the moment, if we take a look at the top side of things, Matat is more than likely going to be the player that finds himself in some action. Matat comes up with a kill there. And now it is...
I thought Matat was going to get taken out there, but just like spring bean jumped.
Droplex brings us back to a 1v1. At the moment, I'm not too sure if Wrecking has eyes on the player. Pretty sure he has a pair of eyes, but whether he's spotted out the player just yet remains to be seen. The bomb is down. At the moment, Droplex is back, gets spotted, and just like that, Wrecking brings things up for Losers Bracket as they take themselves the 3-1 lead.
This is going against what I thought would be the run of play. I don't know what Droplex was thinking there. He should have known where the bomb was. You know, maybe even throw. I don't know if he had any utility or nades with him, but I think he was just trying to get the aerial POV in to try and see if, okay, let me try to see if I can see this player. But that was really well played there by Losers Bracket there, just to wait that out.
Alright, so now on the attacking side of things, Losers Bracket, they've been looking very, very solid so far. Another attacking round win will definitely put them in a fantastic position to be able to secure this map and essentially take themselves a 2-0 lead. So far in Search and Destroy, looking like they've got some coordinated pushes as the bomb gets put down relatively quickly. Boots is going to try and get some shots down there on Ninja God. Will be able to connect as he picks up his second on Matat. And just like that, LUNAR sweeping themselves back into this one.
Oh, Jason's also got eyes for Leechy at the moment, and Leechy pushing into arcade. Oh, Jason hasn't seen it. Now he does. If he can get this kill, it's going to put them in a massive advantage. Leechy's waiting to push. He does find him at can't say that fast. Ariana Grande, getting that quick trade. Jason getting a kill. Lost on the live Wrecking.
It's not going to be enough as 12 seconds on the clock. Jason jumps on. He'll be able to get the defuse. And Droplex, let's see. Any spray paint coming out for him? No. We're not going to be able to see.
No, too late.
Does look...
welcome back, LUNAR.
Yeah, welcome back, LUNAR, indeed. An attacking round is all they need to be able to reverse the momentum and put it into their favor. So let's wait and see what is going to be able to take place. But I do want to have a look at the scoreboard as soon as that pops up yet again, just to see who's doing what in either one of these teams. At the moment, I've
seen Matat's name come up quite a bit. I want to see his KD as soon as I'm able to bring it up myself. And what is he on? He's on 6 for 4.
Yeah.
He's an extremely dangerous player, and I think he's maybe found his rhythm. He's kind of like one of those players, you know, when they can either be your victory or your absolute death, and at the moment he's proving to be the former.
All right, so at the moment, Boots trying to watch out from the back. It does seem like he's going to get some shots fired in his rear. At the moment, Boots drops backwards. Maestro picks himself up 2 big kills.
Yeah, Maestro got Matad. Matad actually should have got that kill. He was looking at that angle, then looked up scaffolding, and then as soon as he did that, geez, that was a quick round. 3-all.
3-all, and that's absolutely massive. As we asked ourselves the question, does Luna have what it takes to be able to pick up that attacking round? And they answered superbly saying, yes, we do. As now they tie things up at 3 apiece, essentially 2 rounds down previously. Now on the defensive side of things, you've got to feel momentum is falling into their favor slightly.
I agree. Generally, defending is kind of the easier thing to do, but I think Piccadilly kind of undoes that. I think that's maybe why it's such a unanimously hated map by me, especially, and a lot of players who search and destroy.
Yeah.
That's a horrible map. It's just you don't know where to stand. So the players that actually practice this map almost guarantee themselves a victory if they execute their strategies well and just get their picks.
All right, at the moment, Droplex inside library. Trying to spot out the rotations. It does look like a B-bomb plant is installed. Sheldon's going to be able to pick up one of his own up against Leechy, bringing this down to a 3v4. At the moment, Ninja God picks up one.
Yeah, that was beautiful because he saw the spray coming out of the window, popped into the windows, and managed just to get a nice easy pick off onto Droplex. Now he's hiding back of library here. Oh, he's going to get Maestro super easy. If he messed that up, I would have been a little bit surprised. But
great aim
Boots
there
right
for
back.
Boots. Really, really good players. 35 seconds left on the clock. Matat has some work to do on defense, but you can see he's playing bomb site as Sheldon picks up one of his own. Now Matat goes hunting. He spots out the player, and it's Sheldon that comes up clutch when he needs to.
That's going to be a nice defuse. Matat, I agree with his tactic there in rushing a player that just got partialed, but I don't know. Like, I would have played more defensively than played for time, especially on bomb, but he didn't, and they lost that one, and that's going to be Luna in the lead for the second time.
Yeah, I mean, from Luna's side of things, now we've got a bit of pressure building up here for the losers bracket squad, which was potentially the favorited for some people. I know we heard a lot in terms of social media from Wrecking a little bit earlier, saying how prolific he can be at search and destroy. However, he needs to try turn that up right now because Luna seems to be on a roll.
Yeah, Wrecking, obviously, he did so well there, but Search and Destroy, completely different beast, and it's not about, you don't get that res a couple of seconds later. Once it's over, and you need to play, you need to play for your team here and have your team's back, as Leechy just picks off Sheldon. Oh, Droplex should be able to get this, and he doesn't. Ninja God with a nice quick flick with an MP5 onto a Droplex.
Alright, bomb is down. 35 seconds on the clock, so losers bracket might need to start moving into uncomfortable positions as Matat and Wrecking picks themselves up one apiece, and just like that they whittle it down and bring it right back on the defensive side yet again. And we're
even
tied up.
dropping a player.
Yeah, tied up 4 apiece here.
I don't know if you're on Jason's POV, but he saw on top of Bus, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna pick that guy off. As soon as he peeked again, there were three players from losers bracket just cross-firing him, and he got put down so quickly.
Oh, it's always difficult when you peek out. You think you're being a little bit sneaky just to show your face a little bit, and you have 3 players just staring down, ready to be able to chomp you. So for right now on the attack, is there anybody that you want to jump on board with from losers bracket?
From losers bracket, Ariana Grande. Let's just do it.
All right.
I think Ariana Grande hasn't been doing too bad. Still in the negative KD, 4 to 5 with the 1 plant in his name. I've been told by chat that it definitely is a him. So at least we've got that confirmed. Oh, and that's a good start here by Luna. That quick trade's coming in there, but Maestro taking out Wrecking, and that is dangerous, leaving Ariana Grande and Leechy on scoreboard, the worst 2 players for losers bracket at the moment, taking on the best from Luna.
All right, so you never know, will they be able to turn it on? If there was a moment, it's right here, right now. Maestro says, nope, this is my moment, good sir. As the bomb is still down here, there's a player essentially on top side. And that is going to be Boots that comes up with the shots and gets Luna another win. So now Luna essentially 1 round away from clinching map number 2 here and bringing things even I feel that, you know what, we potentially have a Game 5 map count coming here today.
You know, I wanted to say at the beginning, because I called hardpoint, I'm hopefully calling search and destroy, and I wanted to say at the beginning, I think this is going to go to a 5. I honestly think that LUNAR is going to take the domination, then it will be losers bracket taking the second hardpoint, and I don't want to call the search and destroy.
Alright, so we jump on board with Boots, who whips out his M4, hasn't spotted, no, spots a one-player crossing. And that gives the indication for the rest of the team to start making their way towards B. At the moment, Leech is going to be able to pick up one. Sheldon picks up Ninja, bringing him down to a 4v4. Ariana Grande picks up 2. Matut takes down Boots at range, drops it. Lex is left all alone.
Oh. Well, he makes that one less, and he'll get picked off, and they're going to go to 11.
Yeah.
Making this too tight.
Now, which way will this go? I mean, if we could bring up the scoreboard, we could see who has the best amount of kills in the back pocket to determine who's defending and who's attacking, as it's going to be left down to the dice. Will LUNAR be on the defense?
Well, I'm a gambling man. I'm going to throw all that. I'm going to put my money on LUNAR.
Well, it's actually going to be LUNAR on the attack here, so that's not going to play into their favor, unfortunately. And let's see. They've managed to do one attacking round in their favor. Let's see if they're going to be able to pick up another one. Ooh. Players hit on bomb.
Jason's going to be able to get that plant.
He gets it.
Advantage.
That's massive.
Advantage. Ooh. Oh, and he gets picked off straight away.
4v5 situation at the moment, but bomb is down. Maestro picks up one.
Oh yes, Sheldon taking out our ninja. So look at that beautiful setup from the aerial perspective. They are guarding bomb from every single available angle.
Oh no, it's Wrecking left all alone. He's clutched up once before on Search and Destroy, picks up another one. Maestro, no, it's his teammate that picks up the kill, and it's going to be LUNAR Gaming that close that one up and bring it down to the match score of 1 apiece. Very, very well done there to LUNAR.
Hold it.
Alright. So, LUNAR
Got it. Wins.
take that to 1 apiece. Really, really well done there to Droplex, who goes 10 and 7 in that Search and Destroy. And it has to be said, the squad clutching up when they need to. Now as we go across to the domination, this is the one that maybe where we probably both leaving scratching our heads and going, you know what, I'm not too sure who's going to be able to take this dom.
I think it's going to be the sneakiest team, to be honest. I watched Losers Bracket play this yesterday, and the reason that they got outdone was because the players from FRANTIC 6 would just keep on switching. When they lost B, they went and got A. When they lost A, they went and got C, and that was the reason that they won that. So we'll see what we're going to see what happens. But I think they try to play a traditional hard point where let's get one and hold the second. If we lose it, we just get it back. And if they are going to go into it with the same mentality, they are going to have a really big problem against LUNAR, who I think are tactically better at this point.
I think from LUNAR side of things, yes, you can say that from the tactical side, absolutely agree. We saw it in the hard point, how prolific they were. In the Search and Destroy, I mean, it was a little bit back and forth between the two. However, domination's a different ball game altogether. I think it's one of the modes that catches teams off of guards quite frequently. And as you mentioned a little bit earlier, when it comes down to those players playing for that third flag just to be able to neutralize, cause that havoc, how is that going to be able to play into the fort today? That's going to be the question that needs to be answered, especially when we think about the map that is about to be played. It's going to be Hackney Yard domination, ladies and gentlemen. And this is, of course, the losers bracket final. Currently, the teams are tied up at 1 apiece. And I think it's even going to be more interesting as we transition to the second half. Of course, we've definitely, no matter what, we've got a guaranteed hard point on Azir Cave, which we also haven't seen a lot of, have we, Woot?
No, and I personally, that's my favorite hard point. I think everyone's so familiar with that's literally just going to come down to like pure base skill, because I mean all the positions are quite obvious. But maybe let me not get ahead of myself. I just want to see what happens as soon as a team loses a point now on domination. Are they going to commit 2-3, or are they going to back the one player to say, you go get it back? I think that's going to be the test.
Yeah, so I think also just in terms of, we know when it comes down to Hackney Yard, you get good side, you get bad side, how these teams are going to be able to play off of that early on. Essentially, when you're good side, you want to try establish that mid control, make sure nobody is heading towards green side and essentially overlapping you to be able to cause that havoc that we talked about. And for right now, it really comes down to how well can these teams communicate. I think from LUNAR side of things, we've seen that they can spread out, they can hold a line. But it's just pure manic madness, it feels like, from losers bracket at times. They jump in and they essentially say, you know what, we're committing 4 to a heal that you don't even expect them to be, so they overflood it. You struggle to defend against that because tactically it's not necessarily the moves that you would expect. But we're going to have to wait and see. I want to find out your predictions, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat. Who do you think is going to be able to come out on top of this one? It is, of course, losers bracket taking on LUNAR in the losers bracket final. Is it losers bracket final to lose? We'll have to wait and see as we cross to the gameplay.
All the teams are busy loading in, and there's I don't know if I saw that correctly, but there was an odd spawn there.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait. Yeah, there actually is. There was a split spawn there. So LUNAR actually might have a good dart onto this. You can see that Boots is pushing extremely aggressively, but he backs off on a second L, and that is the quickest B take I've ever seen. And Wrecking was running circles around A, I think just trying to keep himself entertained, but now he's going to go and take this aerial POV and see if he can try to get a form of cross or crossfire here.
Right, Boots doing pretty well on top L at the moment as he managed to pick up essentially 2 kills himself as we cross to Droplex, who has been a player to watch out for. Gets his first kill of the game and he's currently rocking that MP5, jumps in towards Garage, picks up another one. Droplex starting things off pretty well on his side.
Well, I think Losers Bracket might have been listening because look, Ariana Grande is going for the C rotation immediately. As you can see, Sheldon is trying to take A and they will be able to. But now, Boots is in no man's land and he goes down. So Losers Bracket are going to be able to get that B point straight back unless there's something special can come near by Droplex. And he tries to.
So still a lot of game to play, but once again that aerial POV is so useful in just seeing exactly who is doing what from either one of these teams. For right now, we just hope that Podcaster will allow us to change away from it. As there we go, you can see player number 3, that's Leechy, coming through the flank, and he should be able to come up with a kill. So once again, losers bracket have an opportunity to grab on B. Now the overextend, nobody reaching over from LUNAR. They say, you know what, we need to regroup, we need to grab B. And this is actually a pretty good hold here coming from the losers bracket at this point.
Don't speak too soon. Let's see what can happen. There's 2 players left from losers bracket on the hill, and as I said, don't speak too soon. They did exactly what you said. They held that hill. Wrecking, overextending himself a little bit and going down, but they already got 4.
Have a look at Droplex.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Sneaky little move. He's going to be able to neutralize, and he'll take it. He should want to commit to taking that point, and they're going to look like they're going to go for the triple. Yeah. No, they just keep B neutral.
Keep B neutral, and that's going to cause some very well spread spawns out at the moment. As we take a look at the screen, interesting what is going to happen with 3 and 5 as they spawn in mid map at the moment. And causes a little bit of chaos. Ninja God is going to be able to make his way towards A as B will get picked up here. It's going to be Leechy that needs to do his best to try stay alive inside hill, as it's going to be Droplex from his side trying to double back and create support for his teammates as they walk their way into B.
Losers Bracket making the same mistake that they did yesterday, and I don't know if you saw that, but they lost A and then they committed 3 players to go and recap it, and left 1 holding B with a wave of LUNAR Gaming coming onto B. So I mean, they literally lost that point for themselves. If they'd even just sent 2, they would have had at least 2 to take on 4, maybe won a couple of gunfights, but they literally just lost B all by themselves.
But having a look at those scores, I mean, it's so even between these teams. It's 48 to 46 currently in favor of LUNAR, but Hill C is currently being capped by Ariana. And from his side of things, just looking to be able to redouble their efforts, as it does look like Droplex double back to secure A.
Oh, Ninja God, that was a huge clutch from him, because now he's going to be able to take A. That's why, 1, maybe 2, if you can back your killer, and Sheldon will win that, and they will be able to get that back. But again, and now that's beautiful. Look at Droplex again. Yeah. Know that they're going to lose B, and they immediately go for C. That's beautiful, and I don't want to say that's why they're in the lead. It's a slender lead, so you can't really call anything, but they got a triple cap for, at least they had it for 1 tick.
So, for right now, when it comes down to what losers bracket have to do, they try to regain A, and Ninja God is going to be the player doing that for them. Furthest forward for them as well is going to be Matat. Unfortunately, will get knocked down as the full squad from LUNAR basically collapses inside B, and Ninja God's going to have so much work to do, but that work will get cut very short as he faces a Droplix with a 3-piece on heel at the moment, who put in some major work there for his squad. However, look at Matat. He's jumped all the way across to C just to be able to create a little bit of a nuisance of himself.
Yeah, and Jason's going for the rotate, but look what Luna's doing so well is they are spreading out. For me, domination is like chess. If you lose one piece, you know, replace it. Make sure that you're not going to get outmaneuvered. And Luna doing that very well. That's why I thought, you know, from the previous match that they were going to take this. Because I think losers bracket have the better gunplay, but Luna have the better tactical play. And for me, domination's all about tactics. Obviously, you know, the odd gunfight is going to determine if you're going to take a heal or not. But yeah, 1 second left and that's over.
Alright, so LUNAR takes this first half, and what a big half it is, as it is essentially a squad that was going even and then turned things around. I mean, losers bracket came out firing, and LUNAR turned things on in the second half of that first half. Of course, now it comes down to the two teams having to swap sides. And we go to the final round here, 81-66. Do you think losers bracket have what it takes to fight back into this one?
Well, they definitely do. It's just a question if they're going to make the same mistakes of overcommitment on certain points. What they're doing is they're stacking certain places and getting picked off just because of it's simple tactics. You don't need to be fancy when it comes to domination. You just need to do your job right. Objectives need to play objectives, and your long range or your M4s just need to make sure that they're getting those kills. If not, they're going down. Communicate. Okay, you know, he took me out of mid. They're probably going to go for A and only commit 1 player. So it's going to start off well here for LUNAR, because obviously they got the short jump on to be able to do the AB combination. But it looks like losers bracket just might undo this. Ooh, just not.
Well, look, this is why I think top L control is so important in this map. As Sheldon works his way up the backside, it means that Ninja God is stuck between a rock and a hard place of having to commit to one side of the LUNAR Gaming players. And now LUNAR clears out the site, and this should be able to be a quick B grab. On the far side, however, Droplix trying to claim C.
Droplix again, and they cause losers bracket to have such an ugly spawn right there by Kopka. By Office, so a really ugly spawn there. And Droplix, I think, is doing the right thing here. He managed just to take out Ariana Grande now, because you thought, okay, they're gone for the triple cap, they're going to decommit, and Droplix said, okay, cool, I'm just going to hang around, see if they try to go for it, gets a kill, manages to contain it, but unfortunately his teammates are just not able to hold their side of things.
Well, in all of that, it does look like losers bracket have managed to give themselves control over 2 sites. They are fairly well spread, but it does look like B will remain contested, and Ninja God has quite a bit of work to do. Spots out a player directly in front of him. Ninja God needs to come out on big of this gunfight, but it's going to be Ariana Grande not able to clean that one up as Boots comes up massive with 3.
That was absolutely brilliant by both Boots and Ninja God. Boots obviously made that happen. If that had obviously gone the way of losers bracket, I think that was a critical play in what's going to determine who's going to win this. Ooh, Droplix just gets dropped by Lychee.
Okay, so for right now, it does look like losers bracket commit all 3 of their players inside B, and it does look like Recking's going to be able to come out with some clutch kills of his own there. As A, B, and C all captured. This is a good fight back opportunity for the losers bracket squad to try come out on top.
Well, 2 minutes 38 seconds left to play. Obviously, C's going to be taken by Sheldon now. But I don't know what LUNAR's doing. They're kind of, I guess maybe they're waiting for their teammates, which is probably the right thing to do. Because they do have the lead, and they kind of can play for time. But they're actually losing players from second L there. They've just lost Droplix from second L. So this is it. If this is going to be the comeback, it's going to be here.
Yeah, this is a big opportunity right now for losers bracket to be able to come up with a hold, but the hold seems to be broken down, as it's the entire squad from LUNAR that roll in and come out with the needed kills when they most have to. So B will get knocked down, and that means that LUNAR Gaming are going to retain their lead. However, a couple of quick kills get put into the corner of losers bracket, and Matat now gets to hold down B.
Well, now they're going to have to drop onto the site, and very quickly here does LUNAR Gaming. If they want to maintain this lead, it's neutral at the moment, which is going to suit them just fine. If they can even hold a 1.1-1, they're going to be happy with this, but they're not. They're going to go for that, and that was such crucial play by both. The smokes were brilliant from both sides because it just caused mayhem.
Yeah, this is actually where I would have liked to see an overextend from one of the losers bracket players just to throw. Wow, it's Ariana that actually spawns all the way at C. Thank your Call of Duty gods, as at the moment we'll be able to pick that one up. And it does look like there's going to be one player doubling back. That's Boots. Try come out on top of this one. Boots!
Oh.
So clutch when he needs to. Boots has been simply phenomenal here in this domination here today.
And they're going to go for the triple. But actually, no, they're not going to be able to. Jason just neutralized A and then just waited. But let's see what's going to happen here. Maestro. Oh, Maestro. Absolutely brilliant.
What's
He's going to secure that. He jumped over the wall and got the kill.
There we go. Well, I mean, Boots and let's just have a look. I think that was Leechy were doing a dance around one another as Leechy was trying to come up with a stab, as doing a little bit of a shake and a jig. But it does look like LUNAR from their side of things, this should be a comfortable enough position for them to be able to get out or get back into a dominant position, at least picking up the 2-1 in total score count. As LUNAR, we asked ourselves, will the craziness of losers bracket stand true to the tactical play of LUNAR Gaming? It seems like the tactical player plays off in the long run.
Yeah, definitely. 158 to 133. It's going to end on about 161 to 137. Yeah, so really well played by LUNAR, and they both won their gunfights and did have better tactical play. Now we're going to move on to hardpoint, and yeah, I'm 3 for 3. I'm 3 for 3.
You feeling good about your predictions, yeah?
Yeah, I'm going to Monty's right after this. I have to. I can't end this.
Just wear a mask and be healthy and be safe. That's all I have to say. All right, some really good play there from LUNAR. I mean, from their side of things, Boots really was stand out to me there in terms of just being able to come up with some massive holds for his teams and clutch plays around the hills.
Yeah, Boots and Droplex for me, joint man of the match. Boots clutched a lot, but Droplex is just map awareness and saying, I'm going to go right around, I'm going to take that point back, is what won it for LUNAR. And then as we both called out on that B point, that was going to determine who won it, and it was LUNAR Gaming who won 2 gunfights that pretty happened right after each other. So well done to LUNAR Gaming, and now it is going to be hardpoint, and you said it's going to be Azure Cave.
Yeah, so we're going to go to the cave where things get a little bit dangerous at times. I mean, we all know Azure Cave can be so difficult, and I think it's the map, to be honest, when it comes down to hardpoint, that is the most important to try rotate to, because we know how dangerous those spawns can be. I mean, as soon as you get pushed out of those environments, you almost have no way of breaking that back in, and it really requires so much security from the team to be able to push and try break the heal as a unit. So I think Azure Cave, if there's anything, the team that rotates first is more than likely going to be able to hold the longest and hold out more than likely for the win.
Agreed. I think P2 is going to be absolutely critical. And then I think the rotate from P3 to P4 is going to be critical, because P4 for me is just an absolute abomination, from the amount of places you can get killed. People can come down they can come down small cave, they can go down back cave, or they can just come through, the main entrance. So you don't know really where to sit on that. So I just want to see, how long players are going to commit, or teams are going to commit onto the point before they actually say, okay, I can't take this point, I need to get out of here.
Yeah, and also, I mean, from the same side of things, is even if you're holding the heal, when are you going to decide to leave to try go to next, right? I mean, from that side of things, teams really need to be able to focus on their rotations. And at what point are they willing to be able to sacrifice a heal? It's probably the map where people sacrifice the most amount of heal time just in order to be able to get those rotations. So for right now, ladies and gentlemen, it is, of course, the losers bracket final. The team that wins, essentially, this series will go on to face FRANTIC 6 in the grand finale. And they will have to essentially reverse sweep them in that grand finale, which is going to be a difficult task. But wow, looking at losers bracket start, it's looking fantastic.
Wow. 8 in a row unanswered. As actually, sorry, Jason did get a little bit of an answer as the Droplex. But wow, good start for them. And they immediately, well, LUNAR will still have the better spawn for P2. And I think that Losers Bracket should have put that to more advantage and actually pushed someone to try and swap that spawn out for P2, especially with all those kills that they got. But they should be able to pick up a healthy amount of points on P1.
Alright, so LUNAR managed to get some kind of momentum back in, but as you mentioned, P1 does look like Losers Bracket get themselves the decent amount of points required, but once again, rotation is going to be key here, and this is where Wrecking has done well with these teams to be able to earn their way back into P2 here, as he picks up one, and then Droplix to follow.
Well, Wrecking just got a nice double there. He got Jason and, yeah, sorry, you actually just did say that Droplix, and just needs to lie down here, maybe recover. He should be able to get a Semtex kill here. No, he doesn't, but like I said, I think that they're going to be able to take this just from a pure, desperation point of view. They don't want to lose it here, and I think I want to put money on the fact that this is going to go down to search and destroy. And the LUNAR Gaming has got a lot of work to do.
I think one thing that we're slowly but surely starting to find out is that Woot has a gambling problem in this tournament. He seems to want to put some money down, and at the moment it does look like it has been paying off, so it may be a good thing, who knows. For right now, it does look like Losers Bracket getting in the rotations when they need to. Wrecking coming out with some very, very solid play on P2. As we go to P3 once again, having a look at the map, it looks like they've got 3 players committed. That's Lychee, Matut, but Matut goes down, but Wrecking once again is there.
And Luna's actually starting to get a good couple of exit frags now. Obviously, the P3 has popped up, and that's going to be in favor of Losers Bracket, but all the way through to try and get onto that hill at the moment, Luna's been getting crucial kills, and now they actually need to make that pay off as, they are just getting absolutely decimated. It's literally a gunfight at OK Corral, just shooting from house to house.
Alright, so Maestro at the moment inside hill, as it does look like LUNAR Gaming slowly but surely buying themselves back into this one. And now, I mean, from LUNAR Gaming side, this is where I really start to worry if you're Losers Bracket. Just because strategically they've been looking fantastic, and Droplix comes up with a 4-piece on screen. You beast, you!
10. He's on 10. 10
Wow.
unanswered kills. 11.
Droplix has been absolutely phenomenal throughout the series, and here today showing his worth as he picks down 4, will also pick up the scrap time, but I feel like we can't, despite the heal rotating and despite Losers Bracket getting those points, I feel like we can't jump off of him. He's currently on an 11 kill streak.
And it doesn't look like it's going to end anytime soon. I do think that Losers Bracket might be making a mistake here in committing Lychee going down there. They're going to get trapped on the left-hand side of the map. That means that's going to be an easy P5 for LUNAR Gaming. I know that they're taking the points at the moment, but they'll be able to even that out if LUNAR Gaming can just kind of put a toe to contest the points. Unless someone can escape here, and Lychee's tried. He's failed once. He's going again, but I think he's going to get picked up here by Sheldon. No, Droplix.
It does look like they've hit the brick wall. That is Losers Bracket that have come out with a phenomenal hold here. And it does look like they'll get almost all 60 seconds on this hill. However, rotations are going to be key right now, and Lychee has got to be one of the players that they look towards, as he's furthest forward on the right-hand side, drops towards street side, will get knocked down. Now we take a look at Ninja Guard that's trying to rotate through this right-hand side. Has so much work left to do, as the rest of the teams are left to rotate through the caves.
Well, LUNAR is going to want to obviously get 60 points on this as well. I think that whole play for keeping Losers Bracket to that left-hand side of the map was to set themselves up well for P5, but I think they're going to already... I think Sheldon's already starting to think about P1. Look where he is at the moment. He's trying to get a couple of picks off, and he's on a 5-3 at the moment himself. So, if he's going to do what I think he's going to do, he's going to be able to. He needs to wait for our Ninja, and he could go through the back here. Oh, Wrecking turns him.
Wrecking comes up with the plays when he needs to, picks up 2, now jumps inside the hill, back onto the corner of box, but it does look like spawns are once again going to play into favor of LUNAR, who come up with some kills of their own. They don't really get too much time out of the hill, as it has been contested for quite a bit, especially now that Matut has jumped in.
Well, Losers Bracket will be happy with this. Even I think they would have been happy with 5 points, on P5. But now you can see they're well set up for P1. And, well, it's going to depend on all the exits that are going to come out of here. Ninja Guard is in a very dangerous position. If he can get a couple of kills here, or just at least hold that position, but it looks like LUNAR Gaming is not going to be coming from there at all.
Alright, so It is losers bracket still with the lead here. It's been absolutely huge for them as Ninja God gives a fist to Sheldon's face. And right now, they're going to keep holding down on P1 as the rotations come through from LUNAR. They get the challenge, but there's so much support coming in for losers bracket. However, Droplex jumps inside the hill, eventually will go down, so Wrecking will be able to pick up the scrap time and give them essentially one kill in favor in terms of points differential rather, before we go into P2, where once again it's player number 2, Ariana, trying to get the rotations.
Well, Ariana's preventing. I think LUNAR gave up that they gave up spawn way too easy. Now losers bracket both had the line share on P1 and are going to get P2. That was very, very cheaply done from LUNAR. They should have at least had someone trying to commit to the second spawn, and instead they were trying to push P1, which is a little bit foolish because they were dropping at the moment, and you didn't see anybody even going for a spawn rotate.
This has been a really fantastic hold here from losers bracket, and to be honest, Ariana came up with such a fundamentally huge play there for his team. Both of those players leaning towards the back spawn as he came up with that two-piece. But for right now, they're going to keep holding down the hill. And there's two players throwing smoke in. Will Ariana decide to commit here? There's 20 seconds left on the clock, and you can start going for rotations.
And look who's going for rotations already. It's Ariana and Lychee follow closely behind. If Ariana wins that gunfight, which he does, takes out Maestro. And that's going to leave Droplex by himself. His team's waiting to come as Jason's taking scrap point. We've got 4 seconds until this new part point pops up. And only, what, 33 points left to take this.
33 points, all that it's in a boost. He's going to be able to get himself into top. The call out gets made that he is there. Will they be able to knock him down? At the moment, it is
Ninja.
Whoa, Ninja, I completely missed that. 3 kills in the back pocket at the moment. Grande will be holding down the hill with Lychee. There's players mounting their way through the staircase on the back side. Or at least that's what Ariana thinks. But they're all coming from the front end. They're all bottlenecking themselves. And at the moment, it's all looking in favor of losers bracket, who's coming out strong.
Ninja did the same thing again, and this is going to be the victory if... Well, I think this is definitely going to be the victory. It is going to be the victory. And that was Ninja God at the end. He just completely... He flanked them twice in a row.
Yeah. Huge plays there from Ninja God. And just essentially, his team just looked very, very solid. And I'm not even talking about just in terms of gunfights alone, this one. They really stood toe-to-toe, and I personally think that they exceeded LUNAR Gaming when it came down to the strategic play, because just even having a look at some of their pushes and their holds is that they held inside both cave points in P2, and I also believe it was P4, coming up absolutely massive. Really, really well played to losers bracket, looking very, very strong on that map.
Look at that, 31-15. I thought that Ariana would have had a better, score than that, but was so prolific in the holds and the tactics there. Ninja obviously with a nice 24-21, but wrecking 31-15 and also 2 minutes basically on the point.
All right, so what does this mean, ladies and gentlemen? It means that we go into the inevitable, the dangerous map number 5, which is going to be none other than Ramaza, Search and Destroy. Now, Ramaza, a lot of cheeky plays that can be made in this one. I think that mid building, in terms of being able to come up with crosses, rushes directly through mid, or even just trying to cut directly to the B-bomb site. Now, Woot, you've been on point when it comes down to some of the predictions here today. Now, map number 5, this is the most important prediction that you can possibly make. What are your thoughts before we jump in?
I'm going to hit you with the real winners nowhere to quit. I'm 4 for 4, so... I'm just gonna I'm gonna walk out of the casino on this and take away my winnings. If I had to bet, I'm gonna put a ghost bet on it. I'm gonna say that losers bracket's gonna take this one because the Piccadilly was, it was quite close. It went to map 11, and I think that they're gonna feel hard done by that.
All right, I'm gonna throw this one into losers bracket's favor. Call me crazy, but I think momentum is on their side at the moment. I think when it comes... I was watching the chat. I don't know if you're taking a look at that. Wrecking from his side of things, typing the nerves. I'm shaking. Can you feel this? Ladies and gentlemen, I want to find out your predictions. I think this one's going to be losers bracket game 6-4. However, we're going to have to wait and see. For right now, it's time to jump in as the players are ready from their side of things. It is going to be map number 5. The teams go to Search and Destroy to see who progresses to the grand final of the Challenger bracket.
Well, I'm starting off here with bomb. It's picked up by Matat. Again, they're doing this weird split tactic, but now they're actually starting to push, and it looks like it's going to be an A. And all the players from LUNAR have committed to B, and now the rotations are coming out. So if Droplex can get a second cafe and quickly, he can get a couple of crucial kills. But it looks like the bomb is going to go down, unless no, Matat does take out Sheldon. Bomb needs to go down now.
Yeah, bomb definitely need to go down, as there's only 2 players left alive for LUNAR at the moment.
Only one left, and that's on 7 boots. Sorry, I actually feel bad if it was Matat listening to me, because I'm saying plant, plant, plant. As soon as you started planting, Droplex just absolutely beamed him.
It's a little bit unfortunate, so who knows? Commentator's curse or just COD timing. For right now,
COD
it is
timing.
going to be the team switching the sides, and it's going to be LUNAR on the attack. And so far, it is going to be a tricky one. I mean, we commented on it a little bit earlier how defensive sides can come out on top for most search and destroy maps. However,
Yeah.
I think when it comes down to Ramaza, it's so tricky, especially when your opposition is going out with that A push off of the bat. I think it's really well played to lose bracket from their side of things. However, Droplex goes towards the staircase, picks up 1, picks up 2, does boots, as now they whittle it down to essentially a 5v2 situation. Ariana and Matat with a lot to do.
Arianda, yeah, I was about to say, I think is walking into his death, and did, and then Matat got dropped. So LUNAR is not gonna take this line down. Beautiful last kill there by Maestro and Matat.
Yeah, really well played there. But it does look like the attacking side is looking like the more positive of the two in comparison to what we had on Piccadilly a little bit earlier. Very defensive-minded, both of these teams going into that one. But as it is LUNAR's bracket taking on essentially LUNAR on the attacking side, it is going to be Matat yet again picking up the bomb. And will they change their formula here, considering that they came up with a positive attack previously?
Well, Maestro is trying to go for the aerial position. Actually, no, he's hiding. I don't know what Maestro is doing. He's in an odd position. He was okay. Now he's finally going to somewhere we can get some information, and he got some information that he is going to the morgue, as Matat should be able to get another one on Jason, and does, leaving Boots and Droplex to take on Ninja, Wrecking, and Matat. Bomb's going to go down, and it's going to be a difficult push unless Boots is in a very dangerous position, and he takes out Wrecking.
Ooh, Boots almost coming up with a second. Unfortunately for him, he will get put down. At the moment, it's going to be Droplex. It's brought down to a 1v1 situation.
Now, who's going to clutch? Droplex or Matat? Matat's on 4-2, Droplex on 4-1. I want to back Droplex on this. 24 seconds, he should be able to.
Silence.
That's going to run out in a second. Oh,
Ooh,
and
well
I backed the
played.
right man.
Well played there to Droplex, as using that movement speed to be able to cover as much as the bomb site to find out his opposite number where possible. And that's going to be LUNAR Gaming, rather, coming up with a defensive win here. So very solid for them, as once again these teams are very shortly separated. This time only by 1 round, as LUNAR Gaming take the lead.
I don't know what Matat was doing there. He was on stairs looking, towards bomb. I mean, he could have got at least aerial and heard, try to hear for footsteps. So that was really well done by Droplex. Don't get me wrong. I just think Matat's positional play there wasn't the smartest.
All right. So now LUNAR on the attacking side of things. Will they go for that B push yet again that caught their opposition off guard slightly previously? Does look like that is where it's heading at the moment. Jason darting through the mid-map, and will potentially find himself a confrontation early on. Burst through the doors. That's going to be a call-out that players are making their way through. Boots once again comes up with the opening first blood. Sheldon will be able to come up with the trade, as now it is currently
Oh,
a
Droplex.
4v3 situation. Droplex comes up massive, and Matat is left alone.
Now, what can Matat do? He has to take out 4 players.
Takes on 1.
Oof, he's going to be in trouble here. Is he going to go? I don't want to call this. There's 29 seconds because, strange things happen, but he actually needs to start making a decision now.
Yeah, it's too much running around, not enough doing, as at the moment will burst through the door, tries to break our line of sight at the moment. Will be able to take down Boots. 14 seconds. I don't think he's bought himself, unfortunately, enough time here.
No.
As looks like he's just going to double back and let this one go off. As there is a play on his left-hand side, picks up the one, and Droplex deciding not to follow through with that one. The bomb goes off. LUNAR Gaming take another round and essentially double their lead on this stage of the score.
So LUNAR. So luckily I didn't make the call. I did think that the losers bracket was going to take this, but LUNAR Gaming showing that they got what it takes. So let's see what losers bracket can do. I just think that again, it's been that rush play that that I thought would favor LUNAR Gaming, and it has. But I didn't think that actually employed to this much effect, especially on that B rush on the attack.
Alright, so it does look like finally losers bracket are going to change things up slightly, and the trophy system will get laid down here. Droplex faces him head to head. He's going to be able to pick up 2, and that's absolutely massive here for LUNAR.
Oh, and Wrecking's just given his position away. Droplex should get hit market. Yeah, it does get hit market. Wrecking's going to go through Z. And I think he's going to push into an absolute storm. Yeah, Boots taking him down with the double. And Ariana Grande still to pick up the first kill.
Has been suffering so far, has Ariana, and hasn't been looking too good just yet. 0 and 4. Just 1 kill will give maybe a little bit of confidence that is much needed, as the bomb has been put down outside B. It has not been planted, it has been dropped. And now Ariana, nope, not going to even find the first kill. Will get knocked down, and there we go. LUNAR 4-1, looking very, very solid.
It was bound to happen. It was Ariana. You could see there, Maestro in the background was just going to go for that pinch movement. So it was just a matter of time. But Sheldon saying, "No, it's fine. I'll take that kill. Let's add that to my stats." And now LUNAR 2 away from going on to the grand final.
All right, so the countdown timer begins yet again, and this time it is going to have to be the IW, or rather the LB squad that needs to pick it up. And it does look like they're going to go to an old faithful tactic. It does look like they've committed a lot of players to that side at the moment. Sheldon is going to be able to pick up the first kill as LUNAR.
That's a big one. Matat is the only one that's actually getting proper, decent amount of kills for his team at the moment. As Leechy's also gone down. Should be a free plant. Ariana Grande is going to need to do something here. Jason's about to push stairs. Oh, that is so clever. Jump stairs, doesn't even give Ariana a shot. And now Ariana gets crossfired and leaving Wrecking by himself. This is going to be 5.
It is indeed. Oh, Wrecking not too sure what to do there, but gets left all alone. And LUNAR Gaming now are essentially just 1 round away from getting their way back to fight FRANTIC 6 yet again. It's a huge opportunity for them. And for right now, it's going to have to be a very big mountain to climb for the losers bracket squad to get out of this one.
I think LUNAR might pick up, losers might pick up 1 or 2, but I just think LUNAR must be in absolute cruise mode at the moment, brimmed to the max with confidence. So they are obviously on the defensive now, and they're committing, or they have committed wrong, but doesn't matter. Sheldon picks up Matat in the beginning already. Bomb has gone down, which means that someone's going to have to return and go pick up that bomb.
Bomb is indeed down, and now losers bracket. Is that where they remain if they get knocked out? And it is going to be essentially 4v5. Make that 3v5. But Ariana Grande brings the squad back with 1 player on staircase. Unfortunately, Droplex comes up with a kill. So it's going to be Ninja God and Ariana to try come up clutch here. Ariana picks up some massive kills. Ninja God drops down. Will be able to come up with a knife up against opposite number. They bring it down to a 2v1 situation. This is massive coming in from losers bracket.
Oh.
Boots top side, jumps down.
Oh
my goodness gracious me.
No, if I'm Boots, all I'm going to do is peek the angle. Oh, he's going for the plant. As soon as he hears that tick, he might be able to push and catch Ninja unawares. Oh, he should have pushed earlier.
Oh, caught timing, but Boots comes out on top. I thought that was going to work out perfectly there for Ninja, but just like that, it's a LUNAR that comes out on top, secures the win, and just like that, goes for a little bit of a lap of honor as well. Gotta love to see it.
You think we're going to see a lap 2 or no? This defuse is going to come in. Well played, Boots. You deserve that.
Absolutely.
That was so well played by LUNAR.
Very, very well played from LUNAR indeed. And now they've got quite the big task ahead of them, ladies and gentlemen. They go back to face the team that knocked them out of the winners bracket final in the very next round. But having a look at that scorecard, wow. It has to be said that from the side of LUNAR, Droplix coming out with 10 kills and Boots not following too far behind either.
Yeah, Jason's gonna have to. His team might give him a little bit of a slap on the wrist there, saying, "Hey, where were you?" And he said, "No, I planted 3 times and we won." So, again, well played to LUNAR Gaming. Their tactical play was absolutely phenomenal in that, and they just didn't give losers bracket a chance. And pinch movements, their team calls. I don't know if you saw, but in that last map, as soon as they saw 1 or 2 players committed A, immediately there was this almost like circular movement happening around. They still left 1 player on B, and that's why they were able to win. Obviously, Boots getting that clutch was, the actual win. But well played to LUNAR.
Absolutely, well played to them, and gave us a definite good series. I mean, every time I seem to cast with you, we go to Game 5. It feels like so good to have you as well here, Woot, as we get to enjoy another Game 5 series. Hopefully, we'll be able to see a little bit more of that in the grand final, but who knows? Right now, let's see if you're going to be able to keep your bets going. But Woot, from my side of things, thank you so much for joining us in game number 2 here today. We'll be crossing to game number 3 with, I believe, Trout, who will be jumping in with that one. But any closing thoughts before we cross over to the next game from your side, Woot?
No, I just want to see a good game. I'm going to be watching it myself, so I'll be spamming chat. So I'll be giving my predictions in chat. But yeah, thank you so much for having me here today, and I really appreciate it.
An absolute pleasure. Great having you here, as usual, and as always. I'm sure we'll be able to catch more of you in the Premier side of things as that bracket starts to unfold as we start to release those fixtures next week. But Woot, from our side of things, thank you so much. Much appreciated. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to cut to a short break before we get ready for the very next match, which I believe is going to be a very decent one. We're going to have to wait and see if LUNAR is going to be able to come up with a reverse sweep. It's going to be a tough one if they do. However, we'll wait and see before we cross to that. Woot, we'll catch you then. See you on the next one, dude. Thank you again.
Cheers. Thank you.
Bye.
Cheers.
Let me say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. It feels right.
Rising with each beat of the music is bringing. We're flames in the fire that keeps burning. We're inviting the night in. Welcome, my heart so full. I'm devoting myself to the night. There's no motive. We're just listening. We're existing. We stay when the music plays. The lamps drop below and the people sway.
A little bit of light, a little bit of gold. Under pressure, you start to fold like a diamond from gold. Maybe you are something I cannot define. Maybe you are the fallen kind. I lay in bed with violence, the silent side of me. We see where fire starts to breathe. When I would lay in silence, the voice inside of me made me lose my mind right. Made me lose my mind right.
We're gonna burn it down. Burn it down. We're gonna burn it down. Burn it down. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder.
I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker.
Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Show them.
on me and look so weak. I've never seen you with such tired eyes. And everything we said we'd be, we just traded for a suit coat and a tie. And underneath the rows of trees, I will see you where the ocean meets the sky. Under your toes, the fire grows. You are ready for a different kind of life. You're silent, bold, the wind is cold. You must return to the wild. You're silent, bold, the wind is cold. You must return to the wild, 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 wild.
sees my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect. We are heroes tonight.
Hey there, everybody. My name is Nick Holden, and welcome to the action here today. I'm joined by the delightful man himself, Mr. Trout. Good to be on the mic with you again, good sir. How are you doing?
Hello, how are you doing, Nick? I just want to make sure that you guys can all hear me. I've been having some serious technical issues as of late, but I think we're all back and on it. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Just confirm?
100%. No, we're all good.
Awesome.
From our side of things, it does look like we've got a very big game about to kick off. It is, of course, the grand finals of the Challenger bracket. And that means that we've got LUNAR taking on FRANTIC 6. And we saw that game actually being able to start today off. And FRANTIC looks like the team to beat, to be honest. I mean, coming out of the winners bracket final, looking on absolute fire.
Oh, no, I definitely agree with you 100%. They were, I suppose you can say that LUNAR was outclassed in a way. Couldn't quite clutch up when they needed to, but here they are. They managed to make another run. They put themselves back in the Challengers grand final. So, I mean, we all want to see them go far, especially they've got a very close place to my heart. No bias intended. But yeah, I really think they've got the fire, and they've had 2 games to warm up now, whereas Fnatic's only had 1. But it is the grand final, so that means if they take the first one, they have to take another series of best of 5.
Absolutely. Now, stepping into this one, I don't know if you've been watching the games from your side of things. Your thoughts on LUNAR? Do you think they have what it takes to be able to knock down this FRANTIC gaming?
No, absolutely. I definitely think LUNAR has the potential of being even top 6, 7 in the country if they're really on form. I'd take them to take. If they're playing, let me put it this way: if they're playing at their best ability, I reckon they can take maps from Astra, no problem. But the question is, will they be on their best ability now that they've had 2 full games to warm up?
Oh, that is a tough question to be able to answer, but I guess we will have that answer here today, no matter what, as we get ready to kick things off. Now, in terms of the series so far, has there been any standout players from you in either one of these teams when it comes down to FRANTIC 6 or LUNAR?
So I haven't actually been able to watch too much as of recently. My internet's been down for pretty much half of South Africa. But I know in terms of stats, Boots and Sheldon come to mind. Boots with that AR and Sheldon with that SMG, they are absolutely dominant. And I wish I knew more people on the side of Fnatic. I think Redham's in there, if I'm not mistaken. And he's a force to be reckoned with. He's also known as the roster hopper, but he's definitely got the stats to back him.
Well, let's see what he's going to be able to do here. I think maybe a little bit of revenge is in store for LUNAR here today. However, when it comes down to the maps of what you guys can expect to be able to see, I believe we've got the grand final map set number 1. It's Ramaza, Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, Arkloff Peak, St. Petrograd. I feel like I always commentate Search and Destroy, Arkloff Peak with you. But anyway, St. Petrograd, Domination. Then we've got Hardpoint, Gunrunner, ending things off in Piccadilly Circus if we go all the way there. For right now, the players are getting themselves ready in the lobbies for the rest of C3ZA. If you're watching this right now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to do a little bit of work. Drop into that WhatsApp group from C3ZA or onto Twitter or socials. Make sure you share this one out. This, of course, the Challenger Bracket Finals. And essentially the team's going to be walking home, I believe, with $900 in the back pocket for coming out on top of this one. Of course, coming up soon, we've got the Prems, where it's really the big qualifiers to be able to participate for. And I think there's so many really fantastic teams up in Prem that it's going to be extremely interesting. However, going into this game here today, if you just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, it all started off with FRANTIC 6 taking on what we believe is LUNAR Gaming's strongest side to be able to try come out on top. And LUNAR from their side, unfortunately, losing out 3-1, but showed brief moments of glory. Hopefully they're going to be able to show that today. Trout, from your side of things, anything in particular that you're looking forward to being able to see?
See LUNAR clutch out a hard point now. I mean, they've choked 2. And I think if they can find those kills when they need to and a little bit less pandemonium on the map, and maybe this is going to sound a bit mean, but if Jason can pick up his stats, then I definitely think they are a force to be reckoned with, and they can definitely take this to a second series, if not a round 11 in the second series, which is exactly what we want to see. Like, I don't know, round 11, game 5. That's my home territory. I don't know about you.
Is that your vibe, good sir? Is that it?
100%. That's where I feel most of the time. Screaming down the mic, snipes going left, right. It's just the way it's got to be.
All right, so we're going to have to wait and see if that's how it's going to be here today, ladies and gentlemen. I want to find out your predictions in the chat as I'll open that from our side of things, and we can maybe give you a shout out as well. It does look like Wrecking has jumped into the chat, and despite losing out, he's jumped in as a viewer. That's what we love to see. 3-2, he believes, to LUNAR. And, ooh, you know what? That would be very interesting going into the second map set.
Yeah, so sorry for the hold up, everyone. I'm just trying to get into the servers right now, and there seems to be a bit of a queue, and that could just be my internet, or it could just be Call of Duty. We're supposed to be waiting to see.
We're going to have to wait and see indeed. For right now, I'll make sure that you've got the invites that you need to be able to jump in. And
yes,
ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us and you're not too sure what exactly is going on, over the past, what has it been, 5-6 weeks, players have been participating against one another in the group stages, where essentially they've been divided into 4 groups. Further from that, the top 2 teams from each one of those groups progress into the Premier Knockout. Everybody else, however, went into the Challenger Knockout of the series. The Challenger Knockout has seen, I believe, 13 teams going head-to-head in a double elimination bracket, which kicked off yesterday. And today we are left with the top 2 teams going head-to-head against one another. And those top 2 teams are none other than LUNAR and FRANTIC 6. In this, the grand final. So it should be a very good story to be able to tell if LUNAR will be able to keep this one close. However, from FRANTIC's side of things, they're looking to try close this one off early, nip it in the bud, as so to speak, as they look for that 3-0. Hopefully from our side of things, we can get Trout into this one and make sure that he's ready to go, as it does look like pretty much all the players. I see you're in the lobby. That's fantastic to be able to see. And all the players are almost set. So it does look like we've got some more predictions coming through. Christian, what is that? Fritsch going 3-0 to FRANTIC 6. And then we've also got another prediction coming in from Sways, saying that it's going to be FRANTIC 6, that's F6, taking it 3-1. And he's looking for rinse and a repeat of that winners bracket final. Now, it does look like we've got one more prediction before I do cross over to my man Trout from his side of things. A nice swift 3-0 for all the beans, but he didn't really say exactly who's going to take that one.
That one's up to interpretation.
Yeah.
I guess whoever we wanted to be at 3-0 for them to be. Wow.
He's probably just a bean farmer at this point and trying to get in some self-advertisement. I see you. I see you, Andre, in the chat. All right. So...
Man.
Looks like we've got almost everybody ready to go. We're waiting, I believe, on 2 players. Actually, make that 1 player, I believe, from FRANTIC before we jump straight in. And we're obviously chatting with you guys, hearing what your predictions are. And once again, maybe we can just double back and have a look at the bracket here, ladies and gentlemen, and see exactly what took place here in the Community Clash as that gets loaded up on our side of things. And if you want to be able to follow along, you can head over to acgl.co.za/cod-clash. And this, in terms of the bracket, we see FRANTIC LUNAR 3-1 going in front of FRANTIC. And then from the losers bracket side of things, it was essentially FRANTIC that knocked down their opposition. None other than that LUNAR squad, who faced their first loss of the championship bracket. And essentially now going to be able to fight their way forward after defeating losers bracket there to go up head-to-head up against their opposition. And as we wait for the players to load in, we're getting ourselves set, getting ourselves ready, aren't we, Trout? How are you feeling?
Oh, I haven't been behind the casting mic for a little bit of time, so I might be a little bit rusty, but I think I can get straight back into it. And I tell you what, Mr. Holden, I am so excited because I've missed my fair share of Call of Duty, man. I've had a bit of a hiatus from the whole online scene, I suppose. And I'm back, and I'm so ready for this match, and I couldn't have asked for a better one. I mean, these are definitely the top 2 teams in the Challengers bracket, which means they are, what, top 10 in the country? And
Yeah,
I mean,
I guess
they're going to be
10.
fighting hard.
Yeah,
Fighting hard to get into that top 8 bracket, and I definitely think either of these teams can definitely do that because they've got the talent necessary. So yeah, your prediction. I haven't even heard your prediction. What is your prediction, Mr. Holden?
to be honest, this one can go all the way to either one of these teams. I do think FRANTIC have been looking very, very solid. I think LUNAR, from their side of things, they've looked at Sheldon has been looking fantastic. Droplix has been really, really good. And I think they need to look to the rest of their team to really try come out strong here today and essentially provide that support. So you know what, you don't necessarily have to pop off every single game, and you can essentially rely on some of the players that haven't shown up in the series, to put it politely, thus far. So
Sure.
let's wait and see what's going to happen. I think LUNAR do have what it takes. However, they blow hot and cold. We mentioned this a little bit earlier. And from their side, I think in the previous hardpoint, that first game number 1 that we saw FRANTIC go up against them in the winners bracket final, LUNAR actually had the lead for a considerable part of the game. However, it just started to fall apart as FRANTIC, you know what, they could stop caring about rotations because they were able to break them time and time again just by moving as a cohesive unit.
Playing just like FaZe, Atlanta FaZe, and they play for the kills and not the rotations. And unfortunately, I think that's a bit of a downfall when it comes to the challengers bracket in terms of things. It's just the teams, when they start getting to like just below top 10, I guess they start relying more and more on gun skill and less on actual rotation and everything like that. They just hope that their gun skill will carry them through. That's why I suppose they're in the challenges and they're not really in the top 8, because that's what it comes down to in the end. In those top 8 teams, you'll see people, 1 or 2 players going absolutely bat on the stage. But then also where they make it up for is they get their rotations and they get their anchors in place and they get the kills when you need to. In this game, in this challenger bracket rather, it comes more down to the kills and who looks more flashy and who can break the hill by themselves. And I mean, everyone wants to be a hero, but that's not what wins you the games. It's what teamwork and everything like that. And at the moment, I think LUNAR Gaming just needs to work a little bit more on that, and they definitely have a shot to take this title.
Well, let's see if the extra games today will pay off into their favor. For right now, we take a look once again. Hardpoint will be kicking things off, as it is all about trying to control points within the hill and try accumulate more points than your opposition by either the time that the clock runs down or essentially by building yourselves up a point deficit of around about 250. And it does look like the players are pretty much ready to go from our side of things, so that's a good confirmation check. Then, of course, Search and Destroy Arcliff Peak. That's the one that I'm very excited for. I think that's going to be an absolutely fire game. I think both of these teams have shown time and time again that they're quite prolific when it comes down to Search and Destroy. And I think both of these teams have certain wild cards in their arsenal that they'll be able to call out, say, you know, let's whip out those sniper rifles and go head-to-head in those long-range engagements. And then when it comes down to domination, St. Petrograd, we actually haven't seen too much of it from a domination side of things. So I'm interested to see how teams play along that one, because it's very vertical in terms of its alignment. You've got a lot of work to be able to do if you're going for a wrap. In terms of trying to defend your lines of sight is going to be so crucial, just because if somebody gets a wrap on you just to neutral flag, there's just so many corners to hide around those flags. It's not necessarily a cool confined area where you can just double check a couple of corners and go, cool, we can take our C flag back. This is one of those situations where there's just so many buildings in and around the area that it really does become a hunt to try get those nuances, or rather those nuisances of players out of your base.
Oh, 100%, and I agree with you. And that's the thing with the St. Petrograd and Piccadilly. They're much like, the best way to explain it is it feels like you're playing more Rainbow Six Siege, where you have to check your corners a bit more tightly and check your angles a bit more, because you know what I mean? There's like, you look one way and there's about 5 other angles that you can get shot from. And I think that's what the difference is in this Call of Duty to other ones, I suppose, is a lot more, tactical is I think the word I'm looking for, in terms of especially positional play in S&D. This game is just so technical compared to the other ones, the mechanics and everything like that. I don't know. It feels like a Call of Duty, but sometimes it doesn't. You know what I mean?
At times, things change up. I mean, I go... This is where I show my age, unfortunately, at times, is that domination was part of... I think it was Modern Warfare 3 in terms of the competitive rotations. So it's been around for quite some time. And further from that... It's a mode that I don't necessarily, I know this might sound mean, but I don't want to see it necessarily being the competitive mode going forward. I think Control or CTF needs to be the modes.
100%. I definitely agree with you.
I think as far as that goes, it does look like we don't necessarily have to talk too much more about modes, because we're going to jump into the first one. One mode that definitely needs to stay sticking around. It's none other than Hardpoint, and it looks like the teams are pretty much ready and set to go. And we've got LUNAR taking on FRANTIC 6. This is it, the grand finals of the Challenger bracket.
And couldn't have asked for a better co-caster. Thank you very much for having me. Let's jump into map number 1, Ramaza Hardpoint. And I think it's going to be nice and close and contested.
All right, we're going to have to wait and see how this one is going to unfold here today. At the moment, as we bring up the map, it does look like FRANTIC 6 are going to have to start short-handed here. Is that their player not being able to join in time, so they'll wait to see if they're going to. Well, to be honest, that throws a wild card into the mix, doesn't it?
I was going to say, and in the pre-game lobby, I was like, I'm pretty sure we were players short, but here we are. As on the break, it's going to be going for a straight to a contestant one. I thought Luna Gaming was going to have it there for a little bit as they managed to pull it off as Boots finds 3 quickly in the feed, trying to get set up as Ugandan Sonic just trades it back with a 3 for himself, but gets traded immediately. But the Hill now in control for the boys over at F6. Even 4 down, they seem to be making an impact on the map. If you look over at your mini map, it's going to be Luna trying to keep these spawns for P2, because as you know on this map, that's definitely a money hill.
Wow, absolutely fantastic here from FRANTIC. I mean, considering they're starting things off with a man down, it's going to be a bit tricky as it does look like Renan works his way over the bridge, will be able to take down Boots. Sheldon gets knocked down from his side of things. And at the moment, Luna looking perturbed. I mean, you've got to start off with a 35-point lead despite being a man down. That really speaks to the skills of this FRANTIC squad.
I was about to say the same thing. They're really showing their composure, even a player down. But as we go to the rotation, there's going to be Luna and Droplex in the hill getting set up first, trying to see if he can't find these first initial kills. But now you see, being a player down, and that's number 0 over on the map there, Sheldon being a nuisance, trying to kill people on the rotation. Manages to find 1, can't find the second. But now this lead is slowly going to dissolve as they have 3 players in the hill, and they set up. And now it's just wave after wave after wave of the people at F6 trying to break the hill. And if they can't, it's just going to be another rinse and repeat of the first hill.
Absolutely. Rinse and repeat is what you got to worry about here if you're FRANTIC 6, because essentially you've got to rely on 1 player at minimum here. Actually, almost 2 to come out with a 2-piece or better, which is never an easy task to assign to your teammates. At the moment, FRANTIC still with that player down and got a little bit of an uphill to now try climb. Looks like they're going to have the early rotations here, and this is going to have to be one hell of a hold.
Oh, absolutely. And as you were saying earlier, being a player down, it's important for one of your players to step up a little bit more and find 1 or 2 more kills, seeing as though there isn't some way for that immediate trade. And at the moment, if you look at your kill feed, the trades are still going F6's way, and I'm quite surprised by that. But on the pop, it's going to be Boots trying to make the break with the help of Maestro, but can't quite find it. Another
Sonic.
strong hold.
Wow, coming up really solid with a hold of his own. We asked who's going to be able to stand up for this FRANTIC squad as they look to try and fight their way back into this one. Redham trying to hold down the hill, but Droplex shuts down the door and says, get out of my hill, son. At the moment, Jason, unfortunately for him, loses out on a trade. Sonic having a good start so far.
I was going to say he's definitely the standout player. He's about three, only the closest person to him is 3 kills below him. And while we were talking away, there was a bit of a break, but never mind, Redham clears the hill immediately, and Redham's back in the hill. I'm astounded by this performance, even being a player down. I mean, you think that'd be such a huge disadvantage, but F6 has really had to step up, and it's possible that they have the rotation chair Swords already in the back for the next set of hills, the next set of rotations.
Yeah, that was Eros trying to get his way through, unfortunately unable to shut down that door. Redham now just trying to pick down the scrap time. It's not going to be enough to get down to the differential that has now been created between the two, as it does look like Jason from his side of things is going to be inside the hill, and it doesn't look like the team is spread out too wide at the moment. Maestro is furthest player outside the hill at the moment. He will get locked down as Ugandan Sonic and Redham pick up 2. It is going to be down to this FRANTIC squad to be able to work their way in here, and so far so good, as it is going to be FRANTIC knocking down the door, but unfortunately for them, it's bolted down tight.
Fantastic first set of holds coming out of LUNAR Gaming there. Another set of pushes coming through from F6. Will they be able to make a break? The answer is no. And if I was F6, I'd cut my losses and get set up on the next tier. And it looks like that's exactly what they're doing. If you look over there, they've got the early rotation. That's going to be number 3. That's Ugandan Sonic setup, going 12 and 12. Slow down a little bit from the beginning, but they have managed to secure the spawns. But number 6, that's going to be Jason and Droplex trying to make the play, trying to flip the spawns over here. They might have just done that. Let's see how they go. First kill going the way of Ugandan Sonic, except kill feed lights up blue. And on the pop, most likely going the way of F6. Still, fantastic play coming out of them now.
Yeah, it does look like Redham gives away his position, but now it does look like they get themselves reverted to a 5v5 situation as Scorch now finds his way back into the lobby. Will this be enough? They are currently essentially a heel behind up against their opposition. They do have spawns in their favor, so they need to come out on top of these next few trades to be able to lock LUNAR out of this one, as it does look like LUNAR flood the gates, and just like that, Maestro shuts down the door as Eros unable to find his way in.
Well, with 30 seconds left on this hill, they have a very big decision to make here. Do they push one more time or just give them up, give the scraps and go to next? And I definitely think they've taken the ladder, as if you look over at your mini-map, they're already set up on next.
Does look like they go to rotate, and this is going to be a very big points differential. Essentially, you've got a heal and a little bit to be able to hold. So Frantic 6 put in a lot of work on their shoulders in order to try come out on top of this one. For right now, Redham keeps going for the challenge, and that time not only able to come up on top of it, but Bliss getting challenged from behind eventually goes down. So now Frantic 6, will they be able to come out with the hold that is necessary? Boots was furthest forward. Unfortunately, he gets locked down. So good play here from Frantic to be able to at least keep the challenge going on top of bridge.
Well, I like what LUNAR is doing at the moment is they're not necessarily picking up time as they are right now, but they are still keeping people out of the hill and pushing forwards. If you look over at your mini now, it's going to be a bit of a mad contest over here on the hill. At number 9, it's going to be Boots trying to make the heads-up play here, trying to flank round through, possibly get the spawns for his team here. And Maestro, he's managed to slip the gate as well. I do believe that managers have just managed to flip the spawns completely, as Boots is already set up on P2. They can give up this whole hill if they wanted to, because they've got such a big lead. It's nearly 100 points, over 100 points actually, it's just slowly dwindling. And they've managed to pick up the spawns for P2. This is exactly the heads-up play you want to see coming out of LUNAR Gaming.
Scorch also facing the wrong direction at the moment, as it does look like all those players from Motion, or rather LUNAR, have rotated their way through. At the moment, it looks like Scorch picks up one. Will he be able to follow up with the second? Does exactly that. Big kills on the hill as he tries to whittle down this gap to back to 60 points. As it's going to have to be some big plays that get made here from Frantic on the spawn side. It's Scorch that comes up with one. He now has an opportunity to rotate through the backside. It's 2 players that get the kills, but Scorch is on absolute fire, excuse the pun, because right now it does look like he picks up another one. Will he be able to pick up the players through the doors? No, Sheldon eventually shuts him down, but Eros and Redham gain themselves a little bit of security in being able to hold down the hill.
My goodness, Scorch coming in hot, super sub, making the plays when he needs to, breaking the kills, picking up the kills, just playing out of his skin at the moment, as it looks like F6 managed to break this hill wide open. And if you're LUNAR Gaming, I think this is the time where you chalk this hill, go to the next one. Let's set up, because with this little bit of a cushion of a lead, you can slowly just play the rotation game. If you pick up the first 20 seconds of every map, of every next hill, sorry, you still manage to win the game, even if they break you at 40 seconds or so. So this is actually fantastic heads-up play from them as well. But hot on the hills is going to be Sheldon looking for the play, can't quite find it. And now it's going to be Saw and Bliss going back to back.
Eros,
the rotations will be coming through.
Eros comes up with some massive plays there, but Bliss now trying to work his way forward. Unfortunately for him, he holds out tight, but he still managed to keep out alive. It does look like Ugandan Sonic is going to try and make his way in. It's Eros once again, furthest forward for his squad. The hold coming in here from LUNAR just when they need to, as it does look like they shut down once again their opposite numbers to be able to build up that 60-point lead yet again.
Oh, this is a fantastic hold from them. They managed to hold the first set of pushes. Droplex is playing out of his skin as well. He's shooting real straight at the moment, getting the kills when he needs to, locking down the kill. 20 seconds or so, they can give this one up again, go for the rotation, but Droplex says, no, I'm still here to at least clear the hill before going down. And if you look over at your mini-map, it's going to be F6 with a bit of a heads-up play there as they manage to get the rotations, but this hill single-handedly has eclipsed LUNAR Gaming over the 200-point mark.
They're going to need 2 hills basically in a row right now, Frantic, without giving over too many points, and it's going to be a tough one as Eros basically just hides inside a corner and says, you know what, I'll take those kills quite nicely, thank you very much, as he picks himself up too. However, Maestro and Jason on the far side, looks like Jason will get spotted out here from Eros as he tries to pick off these players that are going through bridge. He picks up the one, the second manages to filter his way through. Now will they be able to keep that door shut down? It is going to be a player going towards jump up that will find themselves on the back foot. That was Droplex, as the hold will keep on coming here from Frantic.
This is almost perfect hardpoint coming out of the boys over at F6 as they managed to hold for almost a full 60, and as I say, they get broken single-handedly by Jason and Maestro going back to back, still sitting in the hill. They can't win it here, but they can certainly make it very close. And it's now down to the boys over at F6 to decide whether or not they're going to contest this hill just a little bit longer, and it looks like it's going to be Redham making this play. Will get taken out. 16 seconds to go the way of LUNAR Gaming. They are only going to need less than 5 seconds to break to win the map. It's one solid push from a team, and they break the next hill, and that's a win. But let's see if the boys over at F6 can hold this race.
Sheldon, he's proven to be the player to take out time and time again, as once again he opens up fire. Relentless speed being unleashed here from Ugandan Sonic as he picks up one himself. Doesn't look like Frantic 6. I mean, it's going to be a tough hold if they're going to be able to come out on top of this one. But Ugandan Sonic picks up 2. And on the opposite side, it's going to be the players throwing down the smoke, trying to create mass confusion. It's all coming out blue at the moment, which is really, really solid. However, Droplex changes that momentum as he tries to force his way in closer towards the hill.
I definitely think that's the case, and what's happening at the moment coming out of LUNAR Gaming is they're getting a bit panicked. They have white line fever, as you say in rugby, as they're pushing everything they can, just throwing it all at the hill. And at the moment, it's not really working out for them. However, there was a bit of a flank play there, not going to happen. But with 19 seconds, if I was LUNAR, I would just chalk this hill up again, get set up because it is only 3 seconds.
Set up.
The onus is really going to be over on the F6 if they can win this rotation and possibly clutch this map up. 3 seconds is something to bewilder. But here we go. Ugandan Sonic has dead silence pop, trying to make the play in the back. He might be able to find Jason in the hill here. This might be the play they need. He's going to find Jason.
Gets him! Absolutely perfect here as Frantic 6 try to hold down the hill. It's going to be Bliss inside. And right now he needs to stay alive for as long as he possibly can. If it allows me to switch there or not, I'm not too sure. For right now, Bliss doubles back. He will get challenged from behind. It's going to be LUNAR inside the hill. The hill remains contested at the moment. There's a couple of exchanges and it's going to be 1 point that gets collected. And just like that, LUNAR take the 1-0 lead here.
My word, what an action-packed first map. But I will say this now, they managed to keep it close, even 4v5. So if I was a LUNAR Gaming fan, I'd be sweating a little bit hard at the moment. They're going to need to bring something out of the hatcher in this next S&D. But it is Petro, and crazier things have happened.
Yeah, it is going to be a big search and destroy that needs to get played here from this Frantic 6 gaming squad to not give away everything. I mean, yes, the reverse sweep is a possibility, but right now, whether by curse or by favor, LUNAR will take that, and they will make sure that they can progress even closer to trying to turn things around. They're going to look to get this as securely 3-0 as possible. But I got to say, from LUNAR's side of things, you got to be feeling pretty chuffed about that one. Despite having the numerical advantage, they still managed to close it out. And right now, it's time to switch over to search and destroy. And as you mentioned, we've got a very, very big map ahead of us. We're going to be heading essentially across to Arklov Peak, search and destroy, and we all know how challenging that one can be.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, and I think LUNAR Gaming might have been able to, looking back over at the stats here, I think LUNAR Gaming might have been able to close that out a little bit better. If Jason managed to pick up his stats just a little bit there, but he did pick up the time and hill like he needed to, but he was just losing those crucial 1v1s. But kudos to them. They managed to take the first map, even if it was a 4v5. A win's a win. And now they're looking to ride that momentum, going straight into the Arklov Peak S&D.
All right, so now,
who do you want to see with the scope?
Well, to be honest, from my side of things, I think we saw a little bit of, I'm just trying to see, I think it was, no, I'm completely, it was Boots with the sniper rifle, I'm pretty sure. So I do want to see it from his side of things. I don't think I've seen anybody with a sniper rifle in the hands of FRANTIC at this point. So who knows who will whip that out. When it comes down to Arklov, I think it's one of those maps that you just have to just try play mind games with your opposition. You have some rush attempts, you have ways to be able to slow it down. You can play essentially down one flank entirely towards the church side and trying to wrap in through the side of the building. I think you just have to keep your opposition guessing, because as soon as they get a security blanket on this side of things, it becomes so difficult to knock them off. For right now, I mean, going into the search and destroy, are you favoring any one of these teams? Do you think that this is going to be reverted straight to a 1-1, or do you think we're going to be going in the direction of a 2-0 potentially in favor of Motion?
I think of LUNAR. I definitely think there's a possibility of going straight 2-0 up in this series for LUNAR, because they have been looking really, really fire at the moment in their S&D. I believe in their first matchup they won their S&D as well. And they would have had to have won the 2 SNDs in the previous matchup as well. So at the moment, I definitely think LUNAR's got the firepower to take this SND and possibly even the series, but they're going to need to ride the momentum, like I was saying. And yeah, I just want to see Jason step it up a bit more, and Sheldon can keep doing what he's doing, and it'll be fantastic. But like I said, if 1 or 2 players on that LUNAR side can really step it up, this is a real team to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I know we harp on Jason. He's pretty much the person inside the hill time and time again, trying to pick up as much time as possible. So you might have the argument that it's very tough to be able to play that role and trying to search for kills as well. But should Jason be able to do that? Should he find that?
Yep.
I think we've got a completely different game altogether, because I think he'll be able to almost take the weight off the shoulders of his teammates in a lot of ways, but we're going to have to wait and see. I think there's a lot to be able to be seen here today when it comes down to what these teams are able to unveil for us. And it does look like either one of them are ready. So without further delay, I believe we can jump across I just want to make sure that they're not waiting on my side of things to let them know to start. But we're pretty much good to go. And for right now, predictions, do you want to jump into it? Do you think a 6-4, a 6-3? Are you seeing a 6-0 in this?
No, I definitely don't think there's going to be a 6-0. I mean, I think it's going to be a close game regardless, but I think the slight edge will be going the way of LUNAR. So I'm going to give it a 6-3, 6-4 to LUNAR. And yeah, I definitely think, I think importantly, if they can get that first round on the board, first round on the board is almost like a spirit break, if you know what I mean. If you get that first round and you do it convincingly, that's like, wow, we just got taken out like that.
Yeah.
And if they can ride the momentum like they're doing right now, I definitely think they can take it all the way.
Well, we're going to have...
But having said that, I have to double back on myself here because that's what cardcasters do. The side of F6 do not sleep. They're definitely a fantastic side. And I think they're wanting to prove something in the S&D as well, seeing as though they just lost for map 1. So they can have a chat in team chat and say, listen, guys, put that one behind you. Let's come out of the gates firing.
All right. So I think Motion have an opportunity here to 2-0 this. However, I don't think it's going to be that easy. I think this is not a 6-0 walkover series. I think this is going to go to a 6-4 or 6-5. For right now, I'm going to give it over to FRANTIC 6-4. But to be honest, I don't say it with a lot of confidence because I think that this one can really go either way when it comes down to search and destroy. I want to find out your predictions in the chat. By all means, please drop those through. And it does look like the teams are pretty much ready and set to go into this one. And we are loading the level, ladies and gentlemen. It is confirmed as we get ready to jump into map number 2 here in the grand finals of the Challenger bracket for the ACGL Community Clash. Of course, here with Call of Duty, where, to be honest, I know you at home have been treated to some good Call of Duty all weekend. The CDL obviously taking place as well at the moment. So thank you for supporting local before you go and support your international counterparts. I know there's a lot of Huntsman fans outside there. And I want to find out, are there any unconventional teams, any Mutineers fans there? Who knows?
I mean, maybe.
Maybe. From your side of things, Trot, I mean, on the international side of things, you supporting any one of the squads in particular?
I'm obviously a Huntsman fan.
Okay.
But I'm going to throw a curveball in for you. After watching these games and seeing a team that I'm really, truly shocked by their performance, that's OGLA, Optic Gaming. If they make a run, and they definitely can, seeing as though they're playing at the caliber they are now with TJ Halley on their roster. If they make a run all the way, I think that's a team I want to see really show up because they've had a lot of trouble this year, obviously going around with their roster changes and the attitude and all the pros, even in the South African scene, not really enjoying this game. And I think their organization as a whole has suffered quite dearly from it. And before Huntsman, I was a very, very wholehearted Optic Gaming fan. But then when this one came over and Hex and everyone went over to NRG and Huntsman, I suppose my heart went with them. But I've got a soft spot for OGLA, and if they can really make a run, that's what I'd love to see.
Okay. Well, I find that interesting. I mean, I think a lot of us transitioned from the old Optic days, and I think a lot of us were also quite sad. I mean, I know 100 Thieves from that side of things was a team that I was hoping was going to be a part of the franchise. Unfortunately, not able to really make that transition or affording to make that transition or found it beneficial at all. But who knows? I think that I'm always optimistic at this time of the season. We've got a new COD ahead of us, a new title, and who knows what it will bring with it. But for right now, we definitely have some teams that are going to be providing us a show, both on a local and international level. On a local level today, we've of course got the 2 squads getting ready to go head to head here. And it is of course going to be LUNAR taking on the opposition that is none other than FRANTIC 6. And FRANTIC 6 have it all to lose. They're in the winners bracket final, essentially with that home ground advantage coming through undefeated, whereas it's down to LUNAR to try reverse things up. We've got gameplay, ladies and gentlemen. Let's jump through and see what is going to take place in map number 2, Search and Destroy, Arkcliffe Peak.
I said it better myself. My goodness. Who do we jump on board with that sniper? I do believe it's going to be Boots with the sniper in hand for the side over at LUNAR Gaming. And like I always say, to start off any S&D, there's nothing quite like a snipe.
All right, so we're going to have to wait and see. It does look like, who is that on the left-hand side? It is none other than Boots that has the sniper rifle in the back pocket, so we can see what he's going to be able to do from his side of things. Going to be heading towards Riverside to see if he's going to be able to come up with a peak shot.
Nearly gave him a haircut there. He definitely knows there's a player in the vicinity. Oh, he might just get tagged up himself. Bit of a pot shot. Can't quite find the kill. But if you look over at your minimap, it's been a full commit from the boys over at F6 to the A site, and the B site's completely free. And if Lunar Gaming has anything and their head screwed on right, they'll totally capitalize on this. And I do believe that's exactly what's happening.
All right, so does look like there's been a huge commit to A side, but this is sometimes what you'll see teams do as they try to rotate all their way through as a unit, but now it does look like the players are starting to wrap around. Redham and Bliss both get knocked down, bomb gets planted, and now we're in a 3v5 situation.
I really like that play from Lunar Gaming there. They managed to get the bomb down as quickly as possible, and then the ball's definitely in the side of F6 as Sheldon finds a nade. Buchanan finally finds one kill as it's still a 4v2 situation.
Alright, Sheldon getting the kill there on Scorch. Now Sonic left alone in a 1v4 situation.
I'm sorry, Nick, can you hear me?
Can indeed, good sir. As right now it's going to be Sonic once again trying to come up with the shots as Sonic, there we go, comes up with his third absolute clutch plays here from Sonic, but unfortunately not enough time on the clock as he takes down 3 players in quick succession. And does look like FRANTIC unfortunately get off to a losing start as Lunar once again pick up on their momentum.
And they're just riding momentum like we said, and now if they win this defensive round, they're really showing up, and like I said, they're really playing out of their skin in the S&D side of things, and they're just showing that through on this map as well.
Alright, so when it comes down to FRANTIC 6, we asked ourselves the question, will anybody whip out the sniper rifles? No, it looks like it's 5 M4s that are going to be pushing down towards that A-bomb site. At the moment, it does look like Sheldon's going to push beyond essentially what some might say is the Call of Duty there, as he does go for an overextended position.
Well, he did manage to find 3 in the previous round. He's being pushed up quite a bit there. I'm not exactly sure if they know he's there yet. It doesn't look like it. And that's a nice snipe coming out of Boots there, as it's all of a sudden a 3v4 situation. Bomb is yet to go down. Under a minute to work with. And this is where you start sweating, because the entire bomb site control is in favor of Lunar, as they can see the bomb from all angles.
Alright, so at the moment, it is going to be a 3v2 situation. Bliss gets the kill down on Droplex now, make that a 3v3. Maestro, Boot, Sheldon left alive. Bomb is yet to be planted. I think Sheldon's in a fantastic position here.
Oh, absolutely. He's in such a great spot to deny this plant. They don't know he's there. He's playing his time. Never mind, Maestro's there to help.
Well played to Sheldon there. He gives the call out. Scorch turns around, gets the kill. But now it's going to be Maestro taking on Scorch. Let me please transition. As at the moment, Maestro's going to go for the push. The shots come out, and just like that, FRANTIC pick themselves up a search and destroy round of their own.
That was a fantastic heads-up play there from Scorch. As he heard the player coming, he decided rather not to go for the plant, go for the challenge, finds the kill when he needs to. I think the wise play from Maestro coming out there wasn't to push so aggressively, rather wait for the bomb to be planted, because then you know exactly where he is, and he doesn't know where you are. But anyway, round number 2, going the way of F6, tying it all up.
Alright, so now it's going to be the squad of Lunar on the attack, and FRANTIC, they definitely want to be able to nip this one in the bud from their side of things, but I'm sure from Lunar's side they don't want to give this one over too quickly. Does look like we're going to have quite a split push going on here at the moment. Does look like a B commit is in store yet again. Furthest back is going to be Redham, and it looks like he's going to face some gunfire, unfortunately. So he gets out of that one. Eros, however, on the other side things, picks himself up a sniper.
And that was a fantastic call coming out of F6 there. If you look over at your mini-map, they would have called for help on that B site, and the full rotation has come through. And now it's Lunar, really stuck in a tough position as the trades are going backwards and forwards. As Bliss finds 2, traded out. And now it's a 2v3 situation for Jason and Sheldon to clutch up. No control of either site. Things are getting a little bit hairy here, Nick. I don't know what to feel.
Alright, so at the moment, Jason, unfortunately for him, will get picked off there. Sheldon now is on bomb. And he's trying to get the kill there, and Eros will be able to do exactly that. Burst through the left-hand side. Unfortunately for him, unable to connect with any of those shots. As FRANTIC pick up another round here. This is FRANTIC building up a little bit of momentum on the search and destroy. And it has to be said, Eros coming out with that pick early on with that sniper rifle really helped. And Redham getting that intel on the left-hand side was absolutely huge.
And that's what I'm saying. If you looked over at your minimap there, sort of halfway through that round, it looked like LUNAR were completely in limbo. They didn't know which site they were going to go to. It all fell apart off of that first snipe because they didn't have informational play. They didn't know how many players on either side of on either site, and it was starting to fall apart. Some kills went their way, but unfortunately, with the clutch factor, F6, and here we go into round number 4.
Well, I'm going to find it interesting if Eros decides to keep the sniper rifle in hand. He decides to hold on to it. At the moment, it does look like an A push is in stall. And from LUNAR's side of things, whether they're ready for it or not. Oh, Boots! Picks up Eros from range, spotting out the glint of the sniper rifle scope.
And now this is almost like a rinse and repeat of the previous round, except the teams have just been reversed. And this is a classic split coming out of LUNAR here. If you look over at your minimap, it's going to be number 1. I do believe that's Droplex trying to make the play here, trying to get a pinch. The entire roster of F6 is now all pushed around that A site. Trades are going backwards and forwards. No real control as of yet. Still, 2v2 situation.
Comes up massive. He managed to pick himself up too. Now he's going to go into a trading position with Maestro, but decides, oh, can you make up your mind there? As Redham now with a bomb in hand. Ugandan Sonic is with him. Does look like the bomb looks to be planted, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. Droplex is going to need to make a move. The players have doubled back downriver. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get lines of sight on either one of them just yet. As Redham will be able to get essentially the back end of a couple of bullets as Maestro takes him down. Now Ugandan Sonic from his side of things gets spotted out. He doubles back, but it's not going to be enough, as it does look like LUNAR is going to be able to claw this one back as they bring it back to a 2-2 situation.
Absolutely nice clutch there coming out of the boys over at LUNAR. Got a little bit hairy, but they managed to get the kills when they needed to. And yeah, this is what we wanted. Backwards and forwards, and it couldn't get any closer. Round for round. I definitely think this might be a round 11 type game. I don't know about you.
Yeah, it definitely could be a round 11 game. We're going to have to wait and see, because it's happened previously with these two where it goes all the way to round 11 for Search and Destroy. We're going to have to wait because, to be honest, things can change so quickly here. And I think
it just takes...
Yeah.
It just takes one player to absolutely pop off, maybe get a 3k in the round, and then you just ride that momentum, and that's already your spirits up. But I think these teams are so evenly matched, it's really hard for one player to particularly pick up and take the entire team out, you know what I mean? Because the trades are there, that they're playing S&D like you're supposed to, getting the positional play. And it's going to be an interesting split here coming through from an attack, seeing as though it's a 3-2 split for the A side coming out of LUNAR.
Eros with a little bit of revenge there on Boots as he says, you know what, whatever you can do, I can do better. As at the moment it's going to be Jason with a bomb in hand. He just decides, you know what, I'm getting some information. But Scorch says, you know what, information comes at a cost. As Maestro now left alone on this bomb site with 2v's players at B side. Ooh, Eros, you beauty, as he picks up another.
Things are definitely slowly falling apart here for the side of LUNAR Gaming, but that all came off of a weird push. I don't really think highly of splitting your offense that hard. But Droplex here with a play, possibly trying to find the kills when he needs to. And he does. Now it's going to be a 2v3 situation. Control of the B site is in control of LUNAR, but no bomb to help them. So now they're going to have to be playing for the kills. So they managed to make it a 2v2 as Droplex and Sheldon are the dynamic duo. Make it a 1v2 for Scorch to clutch up. Can he do it? The answer is he's running back. He knows the bomb is near here somewhere, but the challenge will be coming through. Will he get the timing he needs? I don't think so. What? My goodness, what a fantastic clutch. 2v5 situation, clutched up by the boys at LUNAR Gaming. Fantastic, fantastic stuff.
Well, I mean, I guess you can split your team if you want to when they can do things like that.
I take it back. I take it back. You don't need anyone else. Just put Droplex and Sheldon on the sticks and they'll win every round. My goodness, and that's exactly what I'm saying. That might have been the turning point of this match. That's not what you want to see if you're an F6 fan. You can't be clutched up on like that. And now that's a bit of a spirit breaker, if you ask me.
All right, so from the other side of things, Eros has been looking pretty good with the sniper rifle in hand. It does look like he's going to be able to rock that out yet again. So let's see if he's going to be able to come out on top. It's such a nice little battle going on between him and Boots at the moment.
Yeah, jeez. Trades going backwards and forwards. Bit of a classic split again coming out of the defensive side of Luna, which is more likely what I was expecting to see, not from the attack. But let's see if Saw can find this pick onto, I do believe that's Maestro. No, it's Boots.
Oh. Heroes gets out with a slither of life. As now it's going to be up to Frantic 6 on the attack.
I really like this positioning coming out of Scott. Quite a bit. Managed to find the first pick, get away with his life now. Slight advantage on the map for them, as there's going to be 3 members fall real quick for the boys over at F6. 5v2.
Now
Not looking good.
can they do what their opposition did in that 2v5 situation? It's Bliss and Redham. 27 seconds left on the clock. Doesn't look like they've got as much reinforcement, but Redham picks up 1, and now it's the rotations as the players are going to be able to try and make their way through the mid side of things. Maestro is on top side. It does look like Redham is going to be going for the push here, but Redham will get knocked down. It's Bliss left all alone with it all to do. He turns around, picks up 1, now makes his way towards the staircase. He's actually going to go for the plant here. Doesn't have a lot of time left on the clock, as it looks like he will get taken down, and there we go. Luna pick themselves up another round here as they make it 4-2.
Absolutely riding the momentum at the moment, and the next round is, I think, the most important in the match, because if they win the next round, Luna Gaming goes straight to match point, and then it's really, really hard to come back from that, because it's only 1 round that they need to win.
Alright, so now on the attack, it's going to be Luna yet again. Let's see if they do a crazy split that somehow wins them the round. I do not know.
My goodness, this has been an action-packed map. Let's see what the push decide is. It's going to be another 3v2 split coming out of the boys over at Luna Game. Mine is only going to be a 4v1 split, sorry. As they look to go up the middle of the map and straight into Ugandan Sora's jaws. And that's going to be First Blood going the way of F6.
Alright, so now from Luna's side of things, does look like the bomb has been put down on mid-map. There are eyes from the opposition on that side of things as we have a look at the spread. It is going to be the player furthest forward is Redham, who will be able to pick up the kill there on Maestro. So good hold coming in here from Frantic 6 as Redham picks up 2. And it's going to be a little bit of a tricky one from Boots and his side of things as he spots out Scorch now giving away his position. That's going to make the opposition a little bit wary of his presence as he does decide to, I think he popped dead silence, which is a risky move.
Yes, he did.
Considering that is a numerical disadvantage. Gets the information that he needs. That's 1. That's not mistaken. As looks like he will go down. Sheldon now, last man left alive, needs to double back to pick up bomb.
In a 1v3, bit of a tough one. Doesn't have control of either side. Actually, no, he will be able to get the bomb down on B as the entire F6 roster is on that A site. He might just be able to do this. A little bit of time. And now he's going to have to make the play. I'm not sure if he has dead silence in his arsenal, sorry. So now let's see what he can do. Trying to find that power position, just play the clock down, as this will be quite something, because that'll be 2 clutches under his belt in 1 match.
So Sheldon got a lot of work to do, as you can see the blue starts to surround him in this position. So I'm going to stay on board with Sheldon, sitting top staircase at the moment, just trying to wait this one out. Players trying to spot him out. Does look like the diffuser is going to come in. Spots out the player. Will he have enough time? He takes down 1. No! A second too late. Almost coming out on top. But it's Frantic 6 that secure themselves the round.
Very, very nice. Ice cold play coming out of F6. He knew his teammates had his back there. He just stuck the defuse. If Sheldon was perhaps a second earlier, it would have gone completely the other direction. But anyways, heads up play there from F6 as they managed to stay in this game another round.
Alright, so F6. This is a must-win round for them here on the attack, just to be able to bring things even, relieve a little bit of pressure. As Eros side of things going to try aim down this left-hand side, unfortunately not being able to spot out anybody off of the bat. Spots out a little head peeking. Misses out on 1 shot.
A lot of utility being used at the moment. Stuns and nades going everywhere. Trophy systems on the map. Still, bit of a stalemate, under a minute to work with now. It's still looking like a very hard push as Boots finds the first blood. Looking for the second, he finds it as well. Shooting so straight. If he peeks again, he might find the scope of Saw. But Sheldon helps him out there. 2v5 at the moment, make it a 2v4. Can Saw and Ugandan Sorry just make it Saw in a 1v4. Bit of a tough one. With a sniper and a pistol in hand, It's going to be a murder.
Eros, he goes for the re-challenge despite taking the damage, and just like that, it's LUNAR now that are essentially one round away from securing the search and destroy and taking the 2-0 lead in this game.
That was an interesting repeat there. I respect it, but he was very weak. I suppose you go for the ego chow, hopefully get the kill, but Maestro was right behind him. So that round was pretty much done and dusted as right off the beginning after Boots' double kill there.
Alright, so now LUNAR on the attack to try secure this one. It's going to be a huge one, and Sheldon has been looking so good from his side of things.
Oh, absolute standout player, 12 and 5, getting the kills when he needs to, almost clutching up a 1v3. Couldn't quite find the kill, but still, it was serious presence on the map.
So at the moment, it looks like an A push is in store. At the moment, Boots is on the opposite side, just trying to make sure that nobody rotates through. Scorch going to be able to pick up 2 in quick succession there. Brings it down to a 5v3. Redham, however, takes down Scorch. He says, you're shining too much, good sir. As the follow-through comes on Eros, and now we're down to a 2v3. As Sheldon gets knocked down, make it a 1v3. As Boots left with it all to do, he brings it down to a 1v2 situation, but his position has now been clearly marked from his opposite numbers.
And the bomb is unfortunately on the other side of the map, so he's going to have to make a serious rotational play here, right into most likely the scope. I think, no, Saw's down, never mind, it's going to be Bliss and Redham, so it's 20 seconds to make a serious play here. They definitely know roughly where he is on the map. So he's going to have to play for kills unless he can find a way over to get that bomb, but not quite, and they know exactly where it is. Time is not on his side.
Time definitely not on his side. Redham and Blitz. Does look like one of them will get popped out. I'm not too sure. Hopefully he didn't spot him there. He doesn't want to give away his position. And there we go. Holds out. Wow, he was just a second away. If only you could see what we could.
You could see. Oh my goodness, that stressed me out a little bit. I thought that there was going to be an ego child there and he was going to pay dearly for it. But anyways, it's still, in this match, is going to be F6 trying to get back into it. Still, only one round away is going to be LUNAR. It's up to them. And defense, I don't know about you, I definitely think defense is a little bit easier on this map.
Yeah, I do too. But for right now, FRANTIC 6, they proved time and time again that they're a team to be able to contend with. And for right now, Eros decides, you know what, I've had enough of messing around with my sniper rifle. And it does look like they are going to commit fully. As it does look like Eros is going to be able to pick down Sheldon at the moment. It is a 1-for-1 trade as Scorch does go down himself.
Jason's in a bit of a power play position here at the moment. He's trying to see if he can't find the information. Maybe find the pick. There's a lot of damage coming out there from Saw.
And it does look like they had 2 players committing there. So now at the moment it's down to Ugandan Sonic and Bliss. And it's Ugandan Sonic from the backside that has it all to do.
Has a bit of work ahead of him. Under a minute to work with now. Hasn't got the bomb. 1v3. And I do believe looking over the bomb there is going to be Boots, and he's been shooting absolutely straight as well. Also managed to find himself plus 10 kills in this game. Still, Boots and Sheldon, absolute presence on the map, playing out of their skin. But Ugandan Sonic has managed to pop dead silence, trying to make the play here. But he will be running straight into the teeth of Boots, and the favorable timing going the way of Ugandan Sonic, not quite.
Boots just has to play for time there. Perfect. Perfectly played there from Boots. He knew the player, once he peeked him, he was just going to pre-aim, or he has to challenge. And either way, he's going to spend too much time. And just like that, it's going to be LUNAR. They get themselves a 2-0 lead. Rather unexpected by what some might have said was going to be FRANTIC's game to lose.
No, I definitely think so. And like I said, riding the momentum, even got the rounds right. 6-4 to LUNAR. Super close map. And now they really need to sharpen the domination, because that's definitely been their most lacking mode.
Absolutely. So LUNAR 2-0 ahead for right now. From FRANTIC side of things, they're going to need to come up with a reverse sweep to prevent the reverse sweep here from LUNAR. And sure, got to say, well done there to the squad. Sheldon as well as Boots both picking up 13 kills there. 10 eliminations in the back pocket of Droplex. So really, really well played there to the team. As having a look at things overall, it's got to be said that from the LUNAR side of things, they've got to be feeling very, very confident going into this map number 3.
Oh, absolutely. They can definitely be riding the momentum now. I can only imagine what it's like in the comms. They're all yelling, going, and the classic gamer, "Let's go!" I'm pretty sure they're all shouting it. So they'll be happy going into this one. But like I said, this is their most lacking game mode. So if they're really going to prove a point, it's going to be here on this map. St. Petrick at domination, and yeah, they just got to step up to the plate and ride this momentum.
Absolutely. St. Petrograd is where we're going to head across to next as LUNAR. I think we got to watch a little bit of them previously play this map, I believe, up against Losers Brackets. Looking decent. However, Losers Bracket actually ended up winning that map. So, who knows? Maybe this is the thorn in the side for the squad. For right now, ladies and gentlemen, you are tuned in, of course, to the ACGL Community Clash here with myself, Nick Holden, and, of course, Trout here. Trout, how you been enjoying this series so far? Do you think LUNAR have what it takes to come up with the reverse sweep?
I really, really hope so. I love to see this game go all the way and possibly even to a second series. But I definitely think they do have it. To answer your question blatantly, I think LUNA's have got the ice in their veins at the moment. They've had their warm-up games. They've got the S&D under their belt now, and S&D it wins tournaments, and they really been playing well in the S&D now. But I'm going to keep coming back to it. Domination is their worst game mode. If they can really want to prove a point, it's going to be here, and if they can come out the gates hot. And I do believe Coalition has the favorable spawns on this map. And if they can hold that CB setup for long enough, I think we're going to a second series.
All right, so it does look like the players are ready. So from my side of things, just going to let them know that we are as well, because I can't wait to be able to jump into the series. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. And by all means, spread the word. It is, of course, the grand finals here of the ACGL Community Clash Challenger Bracket. And, of course, we all alluding to the Premier Bracket, which will be kicking off in around about a week and a half's time, where some of the best teams in the country will be going head-to-head. For right now, you're definitely watching two of the best from the Challenger Bracket going head-to-head. And at the moment, it still can sway either way, as LUNAR Gaming, coming from the Losers Bracket, trying to turn things around and trying to claim that 3-0 win. For right now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to find out your predictions in the chat. Trout, is there anything that you want to see a change up here from the FRANTIC gaming squad? Do you think they're losing a little bit of confidence? What do you think essentially has happened to the team?
If you're looking at, if we go back and have a look at the stats are all pretty much, everyone was negative. So they were obviously losing their important one-on-one gunfights. I don't know if that might be a mental thing, whether or not they weren't really confident going into their gunfights. But this is non-respawn that I'm going off of here. But in the respawn, they were really shooting quite straight. And I think they just need to regain composure. If they can pick it up again and get their comms right and get the kills when they need to get those anchor positions, I definitely think they definitely can start a reverse sweep and close it out right here. And if they come out of the gates hot on their side and prove a point that they're not going to be put down by this quick 2-0, I definitely think it's going to be super, super close. And they definitely have the clutch factor, seeing as though they have already won this exact matchup.
Yeah, well,
once today.
Yeah, well, I mean, from FRANTIC's side of things, I think they're the kind of team that you can never rule out. I think from them that we could quite possibly see a reverse sweep of a 3-2. That being said, LUNAR, you've got to watch out for them, because to be honest, their players, when they start to pop off, they become, I don't know, something else. They kick into another gear altogether, and we've seen that previously in Search and Destroys, in respawn game modes. And one thing I do want to just double check with, I mean, further from that, it was Boot Sheldon and Droplex that looked absolutely fantastic there. But now going into the respawn, can they change things up? Can they stand toe-to-toe? This is going to be a big question that they need to ask themselves, because previously, in the previous domination up against FRANTIC, it didn't look solid, to be honest.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was saying. Domination is definitely MGO's worst game mode, but I'm pretty sure they can pull it together here, pull their socks up, get the kills when they need to. And a map like St. Petrick, like you were saying earlier, those angles and those power positions are so strong. If you can get an AR on that ambulance side or in top bakery and just get the kills, keep them off of that B flag, you're just going to slowly build yourself a lead so quickly, and it can easily run away from you. And this is my main issue with domination. It's not like Hardpoint where you can make a crazy comeback by just holding hills. In this game, it's purely time based, right? So you can start off awfully and then play phenomenally for the last round, but you still can't win because of the point deficit that was made up in the first round.
Absolutely.
I don't know. We've had this conversation before, but domination, it's just a weird competitive game mode, and I'm just not a big fan of it.
Yeah, so I mean, from either one of these teams, it's really their games to lose at the moment. LUNAR Gaming trying to push that momentum forward and trying to secure themselves into this reset, a bracket reset essentially, when it comes down to what's taking place. Of course, LUNAR Gaming coming from the losers bracket, and at the moment changing the momentum to fall into their favor. Yes, you can argue FRANTIC Gaming had a terrible start, playing with the player down, but now no excuses in that search and destroy. LUNAR Gaming definitely look like the better team there. And going into this map number 3, it's going to be a tough one as we do cross over to what is going to be St. Petrograd. And a difficult map in its own right when it comes down to domination. We're talking about the rotations a little bit earlier, that teams really need to be able to focus on holding their lines here. Otherwise, watching it all fall apart. And it does look like the teams are just going to get themselves reset and ready, as it does look like we are going to cut, ladies and gentlemen, just to around about a 30-second break. Or rather a minute. You know what, we're not going to break. I'd rather let's actually just chat this one out, because it does seem that from FRANTIC 6 side of things that they're just missing one player. I just need to make sure that everything is sorted from their side. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to find out your predictions. Do you think LUNAR are going to be able to control this one as a 3-0, or do you think it's going to be down to LUNAR Gaming control this one as a 3-0, or do you think FRANTIC Gaming are going to be able to pick up 3 maps in quick succession?
Sorry about that. Yeah, to go back, who are your standout players on either of these rosters? Who do you want to see pop off and find those triples and those doubles?
I think Sheldon and Droplex have been absolutely fantastic from their side of things, looking very, very solid. I think Ugandan Sonic from his side has been popping on and off. Eros is definitely a leader role for the FRANTIC 6 squad. And to be honest, I'd like to see a little bit more from Radom here today. I think we had some decent expectations. To be honest, both of these teams have their rounded out players, but they seem to go on and off. It's like a light switch that you see from time to time. However, in terms of consistency of the entire series, I guess I've just been watching more of Sheldon and Droplex from their side. They've been looking phenomenal.
I definitely agree with you. And a nice change of pace coming out of the side of an Xbox player. Sheldon is an Xbox player, and he really has showed up this season of Modern Warfare. He's been a standout player for me for the entire season. And all the rosters that he's jumped to and to finally settle at LUNAR, I suppose, he's really starting to show off his skill and his full potential. And maybe he'll carry that into the next Call of Duty. I'm not exactly sure, but
if we ever get that next Call of Duty, who knows at this point?
Let's have a chat about that. How are you feeling about this whole reveal situation with the new Call of Duty, and how they're doing it through like Easter eggs and on Warzone and everything like that?
I think one thing that they're trying to do is they're trying to do a little bit of everything for a little bit of spice for everybody. I kind of think that the zombie hunters from their side of things, especially the way that the latest reveal was kind of done. It was done more towards those style of content creators, right? So trying to utilize their audience to create hype. I think as a general audience, most people were probably slightly disconnected to that, to be honest. Not necessarily following to the day-to-day of finding the bunker, finding the next bunker, finding the clues. Some people just want a video to be able to see a reveal, which we finally managed to get a little bit of. But I'm looking forward to this week ahead, to be honest. I know that they released the cover of the game, and one of the things that I'm excited about is showed a lot of vibrance in terms of color. And this is not decisions that they just make nitty-gritty. It's like not a offhand cover that they just throw out. That one showed color variation. It's one of those things that has always been true to the Black Ops franchise. And you take a look at even their maps of old, the way that Nuketown looked from that side of things in terms of the way that the colors popped. And that's one of the things that I love about Treyarch titles. I am very interested to be able to see. I actually put out a tweet about this saying, you know what, they spent so much time actually doing this reveal. How much time must have gone into that? And are they that confident about their title that they can spend that extra time doing the reveal, doing so much more than just showcasing the game? So that's what I'm very, very excited about, is that they've got that extra time.
I definitely think they do have that extra time, simply because of, you know how everyone complained so bitterly about Black Ops 4 and how they were always saying that it feels like an incomplete game and that they didn't like the zombies. There was no campaign and it felt rushed. I think the sole reason for that was to develop this game. And I definitely think after seeing how big the success was for Modern Warfare and how they've changed the entire, I'm pretty sure they just like fired their old entire marketing team and they were just like, come on, let's do this properly. And they're riding the wave of all the new games. And this is exactly how the new, for like Fortnite and all them, they have in-game events and everything like that. They're slowly riding that wave and that momentum. And I think they put so much time and effort into this Call of Duty that's coming out specifically because they just took away from all the previous ones, specifically Black Ops 4. And with the new engine change and everything like that, I think Modern Warfare had a lot of issues, and I definitely think looking to rectify those is going to be Treyarch. And if there's any like Call of Duty developer that can do that, I definitely think it's them. And I like the whole color thing as well, and that it has always been a true form to the side of Treyarch. And I'm very excited. Hopefully my excitement and all my hype isn't misplaced, but I got to back the boys over at Treyarch, if you understand.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, from my side of things, I think when it comes down to the Infinity Ward, they had quite the goal ahead of them. They had to essentially, with a brand new engine, come up with brand new audio, brand new ways to be able to build their title, new vision systems, or rather visual systems, with obviously the way that they use their infrared or / their night vision. Basically making that as a flawless transition. It's no longer like remember Modern Warfare of old, where you put on essentially the glasses and it's just a green tint. It's actual night vision. So essentially they had quite a bit to be able to do to build out their single player campaign, to build out the core dynamics of the game. I think, to be honest, I don't necessarily think multiplayer was the key focus there.
Oh, absolutely not.
I think it was much more casually focused as towards a competitive end. However, Treyarch from their side of things has always been the competitive studio. They've been the first ones to be able to put a focus on it, and they were the first ones to introduce a proper playlist that was ranked. And further from that, I think that they're going to be the studio that now has spent time and can also take certain learning lessons, even though I'm not too sure exactly what the trade of information is between Infinity Ward as well as Treyarch, but they can leverage off of the mistakes that there might have been made in this first iteration of the engine, and they've also got so much time. They've had quite a bit of time to be able to develop this, get this ready for the engine, and make sure that they can start layering on it. And that's why, again, I refer to the time spent. The amount of time that must have gone into just doing this reveal must show an extreme amount of confidence of going, hey, you know what, we can plan an event engagement in terms of a reveal. Imagine what amount of time we've had to be able to build on this game. And it is also possibly a revert to their previous launch times of what they used to do for their old Call of Duties. I think it was the first Friday or first Thursday of November's. It was around about there. Then that's when they used to release their titles. And if we're taking a look at our timeline now, it's actually around about there. So maybe they're reverting back to their previous launch title in terms of their framework. And to be honest, I hope that this reveal comes, yes, and shows some multiplayer, but I'm hoping in around about a month's time that we get some kind of competitive multiplayer. There's apparently already leaks of a beta that has been put into certain game files of Warzone that's apparently alluding to what's going on.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. I'd really love to see a development studio put a lot of time into the competitive scene, and this is going to sound kind of harsh, but it really feels like Infinity Ward has truly neglected the multiplayer and the competitive side of this game. It's just been all Warzone and campaign, and the campaign they just did it, and then they just left it in the back pocket, and then they just went straight over to Warzone. And I feel like this entire game has been completely geared towards the side of Warzone. But anyways, jumping into map number 3. Gonna be St. Petrograd domination. Let's see if LUNAR can ride their momentum, close the series out 3-0, force a second series, or is the reverse sweep going to start now? I don't know, Nick. What do you think?
I think this one really can go either way at the moment. I think from FRANTIC side of things, you've got to be feeling for them. I mean, on the back foot, 2-0 down. They're essentially one map loss from falling out of this one. And I don't know. If I'm FRANTIC, that confidence that you might have started things off with, you're not going to be feeling it going into this one at the moment. It does look like their players have not all loaded in, and it does look like, unfortunately, they're going to start with a player down again.
Well, like I was saying, I was actually incorrect. The favorable spawns do go the way of the boys over at F6. They're going to be starting another respawn and player down, as per usual, it seems, with these respawn game modes. As 3 players go down to them, a little bit of a spawn delay, and I do believe that it's going to be picked up by LUNAR.
All right, so a bit disappointing to see them, unfortunately, without one of their players yet again. Not too sure exactly what's going down with FRANTIC at the moment in their squad, if they're facing connection issues or what exactly it is. But in terms of overall score, LUNAR Gaming currently essentially should be thanking the Call of Duty gods for dropping essentially one of the FRANTIC Gaming players.
And this is a nice heads-up play there coming out of LUNAR as they've managed to flip the spawns on their heads. Actually not, they've actually just managed to cause a split spawn. And but that's the problem with this whole situation of where you want to flip the spawns quickly and get those favorable spawns of CB set up, and it can often go a wire and spawn you over on that P1 hardpoint location. But anyways, it looks like it's paid off for them a little bit as they have managed to flip the spawns, pick up the CB, which is the favorable setup on this map, and slowly building that lead even further and further.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment it's pretty much just work as usual for them, as they can just hold C and B from FRANTIC side of things. They're going to have a tough challenge ahead of them, but it does look like Bep has just joined the game, so with only essentially 9 points differentiating the two teams, we definitely should have a game on our hands.
No, I definitely agree with you. If you look over at your mini-map, it's going to be complete map control for LUNAR Gaming. As you look over there, number 4, that's Boots. He's on a 5 streak, I do believe, or 4 streak, sorry, as he managed to find a nice triple there. And he's just sitting up here in this top bakery, being a menace, picking up the players, trying to push up on the map. And they're managing to keep the boys over at F6 to spawn out so far away. But he might get cut down here, he does indeed. But still, CB and setup for the boys over at LUNAR Gaming, and they're slowly building the lead.
Alright, so you can see Redham just trying to create a little bit of a nuisance on himself on C as he tries to get that neutralized, does exactly that. That might free a little bit of room over here to Sonic and his squad that trying to make their way in. It does look like the B site will get secured. Oh, no, it's actually not, as it just gets taken over in time by the LUNAR Gaming team, who roll their way in and assert their map domination on this map, number 3.
And kill feed looking awfully purple for a bit there, and as I said, that 4 go down for LUNAR. I do believe it's going to be B being picked up at the moment by the boys over at F6 if they manage to cut it down. And it's going to be AB for them. For the first time on this map, they have a little bit of map control, have picked up some kills important, and got a little bit of a 2 flag setup. Trying to chip away at this map.
Alright, so FRANTIC get themselves back into a fighting position at the moment. Player number 3, that's Maestro, tried to get a little bit sneaky, but at the moment furthest forward, Eros. He's in a fantastic position here just to shut down his opposite numbers. As you can see, he's on top hazmat at the moment. And it's so tricky, especially to try and capture that B side when somebody's sitting on this top window.
That's exactly what Boots was doing in the previous play. And it's nice to see that they managed to regain a little bit of composure as the boys over at FNATIC, trying to get these kills when they need to. Got that map pressure back for themselves now as the trades are just going backwards and forwards. But at the end of it, it's still going to be the AB setup for the boys over at FNATIC. Definitely chipping away at this lead now as it is only 10 points, just over a minute to work with. Jason with the heads up play, goes around the back, goes for that decap. And, causing a little bit of pandemonium, however, didn't manage to finish it, and still AB for the boys over at F6.
Alright, so from LUNAR side of things, slowly but surely seeing their lead chip down, but at the moment trying to regain some control as they pick up B site. As you can see, the line is going to be absolutely crucial. They're trying to hold it from essentially mid-street all the way to the cut across. The player furthest forward, that's going to be Redham, has some work to be able to do from his side of things as he looks to go for the neutral.
Yeah, very spread out on the map now, and I think they're going to pay for that a little bit as Maestro is trying to make the plays, gets away with his life as Boots finds another one. Maestro can't quite find it, however, there is a TK. It's a little bit of a blessing in disguise, I suppose, as AC will be going the way of LUNAR Gaming. Just over 30 seconds to work with now. Only a slight lead going into the second half, but I do believe it's going to be close. Never mind, it looks like there's a possible triple cap coming through here from the boys over at F6 as Maestro and his teammates are flying through to get control of the map again. As a triple cap will be coming through. This is not what you want to see. Shouldn't have. As he manages to get the neutral.
Maestro tries to jump on the side, unfortunately for him, not going to be able to come up with the reset there, as it does look like the triple cap will remain held here. But Boots eventually jumping onto the C flag. It is FRANTIC 6 that earn themselves the lead for the first time, and what a time to be able to do it here, as they get it at the last fighting seconds of the first half of this domination. FRANTIC 6 are back in the game.
That's a serious turnaround from the start of this map, and it shows 5 players are a little bit essential. And the map control has just been giving up way too easily by MGO there, LUNAR, sorry. And I think if they work on, rather than pushing up and overextending too much, they might be able to get one or two more kills instead of just being traded out immediately. And that's exactly what's happening, because it's the boys over at FRANTIC that are finding the 2 pieces, the 3 pieces to make the players break open a site. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So a little bit more composure is needed from the boys over at LUNAR, but I definitely think this has only been the first half, and it's only 5 points difference. 3 points, excuse me.
Alright, so FRANTIC have quite a bit of work to do at the moment, as it does look like they're going to be able to push their way forward, but Sheldon bursts his way into top bar. At the moment, going to be in a really good position for them to be able to try grab B. Jason's going to be the one trying to hold down that site, and decent game from Jason so far, coming up with 8 caps in the back pocket. Unfortunately for him, perhaps commentator's curse as he goes down, as it does look like C flag will get captured. Redham once again being the thorn in the side of his opposition.
Yeah, and I definitely think Jason's playing that route man position now, as another possible triple cap is coming through here. This is looking like an absolutely different side for the boys over at FRANTIC. They're getting the kills when they need to, getting the trades, getting that map control, decapping, just playing out of their skin as Sheldon trying to find the kills here onto that was Saw, as B and A are now in control at FRANTIC. However, there's a bit of a decap onto A there, so possibly the AC setup will be going their way, as Boots finds 5 in a row, still alive, 14 and 8. He's being used at the moment. And a little bit of pandemonium. No one's really in control of either side. His Boots is still alive with the pistol. Can't quite find the kill.
It's a bit all over the place at the moment, and once again, this is the chaos that really unfolds when people start to try go for caps that's not necessarily on their home flag. And
Sure.
it means that you're going to see spawns essentially even go crazy. Further from that, it does look like Bliss is going to be the player furthest extended. Once again, just trying to be a thorn in the side of his opposition, and that's exactly what he is. Currently running with that dead silence, and tries to filter his way into the backside of A. Not overextending just yet, so nice, good, disciplined gameplay coming out from him.
Well, and this is exactly where the discipline is going to need to be showed at most. As if you look over at Germany, there's going to be the line that you always talk about, Mr. Holden. It's pretty strong from the boys over at FRANTIC. However, for a good set of pushes coming through, he has 3 go down for FRANTIC, and I do believe it's going to be B being picked up at the moment if you can find the kills when you need to.
Bip.
As Jason has an important 1-on-1 to win, can't quite find it. But there's a decap onto C, and a full spawn flip has happened. And yeah, a little bit of pandemonium. Looking to pick up B is going to be the boys over at FRANTIC. Gets cut down. Is going to be Bip, and now Jason with heads up there trying to make a flank here. So if now for the first time, it's going to be CB in control for the boys over at LUNAR.
Good play here from LUNAR just to be able to hold down on those flags, and now will they be able to use that positional advantage that they find themselves in now with that C and B flag? You can see the lines of sight being controlled, but at the moment nobody's also watching long screen. This might be a good opportunity for Eros to push through.
I definitely agree, but I didn't really like that play there from Jason to go straight for that triple cap or the decap onto B, because there is still enough time for them to hold this double cap and win. And now with the trades not going their way, as I say that they are start going their way, as Maestro finds 2, but it's Jason who's playing the game. But still, map control for the boys.
Sheldon Doon
looking pretty good at the moment.
Sheldon doing so well to stay alive there, and slowly but surely they're fighting their way back into this. It does look like they're trying to clear that B site. As he's got the knife in hand. Oh, not going to be able to utilize it just yet.
Looking to slice and dice.
As Bliss jumps onto the site, but you can't jump into the site when you don't clear the players. And at the moment, Eros is the only player seemingly able to try clear the site, as it does look like FRANTIC are losing out on their opportunity to try close this one off. However, furthest forward, once again, Redham wraps all the way around to C and now draws 2 players towards him. 3, actually.
My goodness, that was exactly what you don't want to do if you are the side of LUNAR. Absolutely headless chicken, ran their way around. But at number 1, that's going to be Droplegs, who managed to find an important kill. They're followed up by Sheldon and Boots, as they managed to hold the setup for just a little bit longer, as they're going to change the lead here on for the next tick of time. Whew, this is coming down to the wire, Nick. And this is, I suppose, where domination can make up for it, because it's going to be so closely contested. As there has been a spawn flip completely, and A will be picked up by the boys over at LUNAR Gaming, as Maestro is holding the line here, keeping them off B. But it's going to be Saw with the play. If he doesn't get this kill, he does indeed. Maestro's still alive. He's making the play. Can't quite find more. There's a TK. And now it's going to be a full flood over to the B side, as it's going to be LUNAR Gaming trying to pick it up again. There's only 2 points.
This is huge plays here from Ugandan Sonic. He needs to come up big. Does look like the heel remains contested. He darts around the corners. Ugandan Sonic comes up with the clear. Does look like the trophy system will get put down here at the moment. This one really can go either way. There's 30 seconds left on the clock, and FRANTIC gain control over B. They're just 1 tick away from taking this one. Sheldon gets the kill as his teammate shoves him out of the way. And right now it's going to be FRANTIC that need to come out clutch. Will this be a tie? That is something that I'm dreading. I'm hopefully not going to be able to see a tie here as Frantic take the lead with 14 seconds. It's all coming up blue. Frantic Gaming coming back into this one to get themselves a map back. They fought back when they needed to, got the kills when they needed to, and just like that, it's Frantic that picked themselves up a map. 2-1.
That was something to behold.
Wow.
The trades just didn't go the way of LUNAR. Absolute ice in the veins, but I gotta say, that entire play started off the back of that 3-piece from Ugandan Sonic there. If he didn't get that, I don't think the map would have gone this way. Fantastic bopping and weaving, just being a little snake. And there we go. That's gonna be map number 3, going the way of FNATIC 6.
Wow, and Frantic from their side of things, looking so good. I mean, you take a look at that scorecard, and I mean, they were a player down for quite a bit there, and then Bep turned things up. I mean, didn't have the best of the games, but playing a little bit of security from their side to at least ensure that they get back into it relatively solidly. And if you just join us, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be LUNAR essentially losing out on their hopes of a 3-0 here, as it does go over to Frantic to pick that one up. Now we're going to be crossing over to Hardpoint yet again, and I mean, we've got a very close series ahead of us, and who knows, can Frantic come up with a reverse sweep? I mean, I think that's a question everybody's asking themselves at this point.
Well, if a reverse sweep was ever going to happen, it would have started on domination, and that's a little bit of momentum that I think the LUNAR fans are sweating about, because that was a close game, and those super close games, I think it's worse for a team to lose a game that close than to be absolutely blown out of the water, because that means there was just that little bit more that you could have done, you know what I mean? So, and I do apologize, I have been pronouncing it FNATIC and it's Frantic. I do apologize, but I have been corrected.
It happens to the best of us, man. It happens to the best of us. All right, so it does look like the teams will swap sides, as I believe Frantic go to Coalition this side. And from our side of things, I mean, I'm giving them the thumbs up. We're ready to go. And wow, I mean, going into this map number 4, Gunrunner. Wow, I think that this is the map that we saw them go head-to-head against one another in the winners bracket final. And Gunrunner,
that's correct,
proved to be a map where LUNAR actually started things off firing on all cylinders. But next thing, Frantic Gaming stepped into another gear and said, you know what? We're going to knock you down regardless of whether you have the rotations or not. So this is going to be an interesting map. Hopefully LUNAR can learn from their mistakes, or who knows, maybe Frantic can say, you know what, we're the team that we were in map number 1 when we went up against one another head-to-head and come out on top. I want to find out your suggestions in the chat. Who do you think is going to be able to come out on top? But without having to wait for chat, I can cross over to you, Mr. Trout. What's your thoughts?
I really don't want to see history repeat itself, but after that phenomenal little bit of end-bit there coming out of the boys over at FRANTIC 6, I definitely think they can ride their momentum and definitely force a game 5. And I love game 5s, but it's going back to S&D, and MGO is fantastic at SMG at S&D at the moment. But yeah, that's looking a little bit far in the future. At the moment, we're going to be going on to Gunrunner for Hardpoint, and going back to what you said that I wasn't able to watch that match. You said that it was, even with LUNAR having the rotations, it was the boys over at Frantic that bullied their way into every hill.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, from their side of things, it was LUNAR that got, to be honest, it was LUNAR that got the rotations early on. And it just seemed that Frantic from their side of things could just break every single time. Is that they jumped in as a unit, they broke their angles, they created confusion. And LUNAR just were unable to hold onto the hill whether or not they had those rotations. I mean, they'd leave probably 15 to 20 seconds early to get them, and 15 seconds of hill time, they found themselves out of the hill and with spawns flipped on the opposite end.
Oh, so it's just clinical hardpoint coming out of the boys over at Frantic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, further from that, we're going to have to wait and see what happens in map number 4 here. At the moment, it does look like one of the players, I'm not too sure where they are, so we'll once again make sure that we can have a look at what these two teams are going to be able to do. So who knows? History might repeat itself. It might be LUNAR Gaming turning things alive here. Once again, I don't necessarily think they were firing on all cylinders last time, but perhaps now with more game time, they'll have more of an opportunity to shine through here today. And of course, as you mentioned a little bit earlier, we've got the Search and Destroy to look forward to. Should we go to that map number 5, Frantic, of course, want to be able to see that happening. Despite it being Search and Destroy, and having a look at the Search and Destroy record so far, it's, I believe, tied up in terms of total Search and Destroy rounds won here. I believe that it was 1-1 on the previous ones that we saw, but now it's essentially going to be 2-2 in Search and Destroy. Well, we'll have to wait and see. For right now, ladies and gentlemen, you are, of course, tuned into the Community Clash, and where we are, of course, featuring some of the Call of Duty ZA community here today. It's been an absolute pleasure to be able to see some of these games. And going into this matchup, I think what Frantic really need to be able to rely on is actually having 5 players. That would be great to have all for the start.
Are we going into our third respawn with 4 players down is the real question here, because it's at this rate, it's definitely looking that way.
Yeah, well, hopefully not. I'm just making sure that the players are all set and ready to go. And once again, as we cross the match score, it does look like we have all 12 players, well, 10 players and 2 shoutcasters in the lobby. And without further delay, it looks like we're ready to jump in. So we go through into a 5v5 situation, finally, on a respawn, where it's going to be Frantic taking on LUNAR Gaming, and we've got some Gunrunner hardpoint.
Will history repeat itself? It's yet to be seen. Just a quick point to jump on before we get into this match. In the previous map, the hardpoint and the S&D Droplex had a phenomenal game, and he really slowed down in that domination. So if he can pick up his stuff and just go back to what he was performing at in the first 2 matches, I definitely think LUNAR has a strong possibility of taking this. But let's see if the boys over at Frantic can bully their way into the hills, as they have spawned on the favorable side of this map.
All right, so Frantic jump in, and it does look like one of their players, oh, no, there we go, has actually come into the game. No, it does look like the host ended before he jumped in. I'm not too sure what happened on that side of things, if the player just left, but we'll make sure that that gets reset from our side of things. So don't get too excited there, young trout. It does look like we will have a game in a second. I'm not too sure if they just dropped out too early or what the situation is. We'll make sure that we can check that from our side of things as we get ready to jump into map number 4 here between the two. It is currently 2-1 in favor of LUNAR Gaming. They need to be able to win one more map to come up with the reverse sweep, but it does look like we've got all 12 players ready, so I'm not too sure why that was stopped. We'll have a look from our side of things. But when it comes down to Gunrunner, Hardpoint, what do you think is the prime things that these teams need to focus on?
So your money hills, if you get control of your money hills, which is that obviously that P2, your P3 and P5, those are your definitely the biggest hills where you pick up the most amount of time in this game, because there's such strong power positions you can get into, right? I always talk about this. First hill, the objective is not to get time, it's just to keep the enemy off the time. And if they can manage to do that, and with Frantic spawning on the favorable side being the coalition side, if they can keep LUNAR off of that P1 for long enough to, maybe if they get 14 or 15 seconds, that's right, but they're completely set up in for P2, I definitely think that's where you start building up your leads. And then if you can manage to chain maybe 1 or 2 hills together and get those spawns, I definitely think that they can... either side, if either side can execute that, I definitely think that's the side that's going to win.
All right, so now we jump into, hopefully not a false start this time around, touch some wood, as we get ready for Frantic to potentially fight their way back into this one. I mean, current scores, it's 2-1 in favor of LUNAR. And LUNAR have quite a bit of work to do ahead of them if they're going to be able to convincingly come out on top against their opposition on this one.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I said that they have to do. If you look over at your mini-map, the spread is so that you can keep the players off this 2-1 location. And even pick up a little bit of time, it seems, as the boys over at Frantic are picking up a bit of time at the moment. And as I said, that is broken by Jason and traded immediately. And this is the usual. So did you know for CDL, your average hill time on P1 is 14 seconds? This is looking to mirror that quite a bit, because if Frantic picks up any more time, they will be breaking the cycle. But anyways, if you look over at your new map, it's going to be number 8 who's managed to sneak his way through. That's Maestro trying to flip these spawns. Has an important 1v1 to win here. Make it a 1v3. Will he win it? White. as the spawns are in favor for the boys over at
Redham's in a fantastic position here, but eventually he will go down. But it does look like a couple of big trades need to take place, as it's going to be Sonic that needs to try come out on top of these gunfights as he's coming through with the flank at the moment. As it does look like he spots out a player on the left-hand side, he will fall down. So LUNAR Gaming looking pretty strong here.
Well, absolutely. I think this is, if they get this rotation and they manage to pick up a good amount of time here, they'll be able to put some damage, maybe build a bit of a lead. But this looks like history repeating itself, as it's going to be the boys over at FRANTIC bullying their way into a contest, possibly making the break here, but not quite, as LUNAR Gaming managed to keep their claws in the seal for just a moment longer. Only pretty much 12 seconds between the two teams, 31 seconds. Probably one more push coming through from the boys over at FRANTIC before
Droplix is going absolute massive at the moment. He picks himself up 6 kills in quick succession. And it does look like he managed to buy enough time for his teammates to be able to hold that one. And now LUNAR Gaming going into P3 there with the lead. Droplix on an absolute roll, unfortunately, will get shut down.
And yeah, scrap time going the way of LUNAR, but if you look over at your mini-map, it's going to be the boys over at FRANTIC who have set up on next. But it looks like number 9 has an important 1v2 to win. Will he win it? He does find 2! My goodness, what a play from, I think that was Boots?
Bep comes up with 1, 2, 3! Absolute massive play there from Bep, as Droplix is the player to shut him down at the moment. Droplix is jumping inside of the hill as the hill remains contested. It's going to be Redham furthest forward. However, he's going to have to rely on his teammates to try and pull through here, as Ugandan Sonic, however, finds himself on the back end of a trade. It does look like this one is still going either way, as Boots remains this one contested. LUNAR looking much better on this hard point.
I definitely agree with you. They are playing a bit more clinically, and I think Droplix is trying to make a point, saying that it's not his previous performance at all. Playing a bit more better, getting the kills when you need to, and it looks like LUNAR have managed to break this hill wide open, as they found a good 30 seconds on this as well. Final contest coming through here. Redham absolutely guns Boots off of that head glitch, and now on the rotation, it's going to be the boys over at LUNAR who are sitting on next.
Alright, so Bliss furthest forward, unfortunately looks to his teammate Eros, and Jason now on the opposite side will be able to take down Eros there. So good play there from Jason, fighting his way in this one. At the moment, currently got 2 kills sitting on side the hill, and just like that will get knocked down. So it's a very different altogether LUNAR Gaming that is looking very solid on this hardcore.
Oh, I definitely think so as well. They finding the kills, being the trades when they need to, more importantly, as Maestro managed to find 4 there. However, the hill is broken wide open. Never mind, Droplix is there to get the trade. And if you look over at your mini-map, however, for this P5, it's definitely going to be the boys over at the setup, and they've got a bit of time here on this P4. Not looking good here. This is the rotations where they become so important, because this is a money hill. This is almost one of the most difficult hills to break in this map, this game.
Shame. I was on board with Bet there, who turned around at the perfectly wrong time to unfortunately get taken out there, but it does look like some time will get picked up here from LUNAR, and it's Sheldon furthest forward for his squad at the moment. He'll get knocked down from behind as Maestro tries to follow his way through. Unfortunately for him, it's all raining down blue as FRANTIC come up with their first solid hold.
Luckily, LUNAR Gaming has a bit of a cushion here of about 50 seconds or so on the lead, so they do have time to make maybe 1 or 2 pushes, as they will be stacking the blocks side of the map. It's going to be Saw going huge here, back to back with Bev, holding off this push from LUNAR Gaming. Fantastic play from him. I do believe he's on a 5 streak, gets cut down. Now the second set of pushes coming through from the boys over at LUNAR.
Eros spawning slightly out. He knows that the players must be overextending through the right-hand side at the moment. It's going to be LUNAR trying to come up with a push with 24 seconds on the clock. That should be a good amount of heal time for them here. I'm sure they would have taken that if it was an offered trade. For right now, Bliss in mid-map tries to pick down one, will be able to do so. Tries to rotate his way back. It doesn't look like anybody's going to contest the heal as 24 seconds get picked up. Right now, it's going to come down to FRANTIC. Can they come up with the hold here? But it doesn't look like it's coming out on top, because they all get knocked down.
Sorry to cut you off there. Droplix is on a bit of a mad streak here. 4 in a row for him. He manages to push all the way through, flip the spawns for this P2. Still going. Ooh. Getting the kills when he needs to. My goodness, he's shooting with all this play at the moment. 19 and 11, definitely the player to watch on the map.
Alright, so we cross over to Bliss, who is on the heel. And for right now, still managed to grab some points for his team. Eventually will go down, but Sheldon picks up a 2-piece of his own. At the moment, this is going to have to be a huge rotation here from the teams, and one of the players that they're going to have to rely on is Eros, as he picks up his 2nd kill in quick succession here. He's now locked down outside of the left-hand side, tries to take down player at the big rock, will be able to skip past one. Unfortunately for him, Boots stands his ground as Boots comes up with 3 of his own.
Still going, still looking, being that turret, absolute turret behind the rock there, doing exactly what I was saying what you have to do if you want to be the team with favourable spawn, is just keep the opposition off the hill. They managed to do that well enough. Only 30 seconds though between the two teams, but set up on the hill is going to be LUNAR Gaming.
Alright, so Bliss comes up with a big trade as they do look to filter their way down the right hand side. They essentially might have to kill those players off twice here, as at the moment Bliss tries to walk his way through, does realize that there's a player potentially on top of him. At the moment, player jumps back, it's going to be Sheldon that comes out on top of that gunfight. 3 players inside for LUNAR, and right now it is all looking a bit frantic for the 6 squad.
As you say, that 3 go down for the boys over at LUNAR as they break their way into the hill. Another contest coming through here, most likely the last contest of this hill, as everyone seems to be throwing everything they have at this P2. But now, with everyone squandering so hard to get to this hill, as it's finally won by the boys over at LUNAR, possibly one more contest here from Radom. But if you look over at your minimap there, that's going to be number 2. Saw, or Eros, has already made the heads up play to get set up on the next
Eros is in a fantastic position here. He tries to stay alive. Will be able to throw out a Simtix just to be able to hold them off for a couple of seconds. Now the players get called out that they have pushed all the way through. Eros furthest forward for his team. Spots out 1, 2, and unable to come up with a kill. Will be able to get them all damaged, and for right there has to be feeling a little hard done by.
Absolutely, nothing but person on your screen and you can't find a kill, that's the worst.
And at the moment,
Bliss
sitting on the top of railway. No stress, as it does look like they managed to come up with a hold here. It does look like a couple of smokes are going to be able to pop up. It's Sheldon that works his way forward, but he will get shut down. And it does look like it's a successful hold so far. This is the Frantic 6 that we remember seeing from the previous hardpoints.
Absolutely, they managed to weather the storm. That is LUNAR Gaming for the majority of this hill. That was a good 40 seconds going their way as they managed to chip away a good amount at this lead. If they keep this for the entirety of this hill, they will be taking a lead change very shortly. My goodness, some kind of a switch has been flipped at the moment as they are looking like a real force on the map.
And here we go. This is what, to be honest, happened in the previous game. Is that LUNAR start to fall behind, but at the same time, Frantic seem to pull ahead as it goes towards essentially the next hill that everybody's going to need to try rotating. At the moment, Droplex missing out on a couple of important shots. It's Eros that tries to burst his way towards Showers. Unfortunately for him, unable to connect. Droplex once again coming up big, but it's going to be Bip that comes up with a 2-piece of his own.
Still in possession of the hill is going to be LUNAR Gaming, as now they're trying to weather the storm once again. As a flank comes through there from Bep, as they manage to break the hill there. Fantastic heads up play for them, and they have spawns. These guys, really a different team. I'm completely shocked. And now the rotation is going to have to be forced here, and possibly the scrap time will be going the way of Frantic. My goodness, Nick, this is a real nail biter.
Definitely a nail biter in hand at the moment, as it does look like 12 seconds of scrap time will be picked up here from Eros. As at the moment, it's all about the hold, and that's going to have to happen without Eros being there. Eros eventually does go down. However, he should give himself a decent spawn to be able to come back, and that's exactly what he gets. However, the rest of the team does seem to be losing out on a couple of important trades. The Semtex gets thrown down on the ground. And right now, it's all about how many players can filter through to come in support. At the moment, Frantic, unfortunately, looking to be spawning out at this point. They need to win this big challenge up against player number 7. That's Jason. Will he be able to stand toe-to-toe up against him? Jason comes up big with the 2-piece when he needs to.
Managed to keep them out for this long enough as they managed to break the hill there. Fantastic play there from Jason, playing his life correctly. Big double on the main stage. And it's going to be LUNAR set up in the hill, slowly building their lead. And never mind, the lead is not in there, trying to get back the lead. As this hill is so closely contested. Trades going back and forwards. Finally won by the boys over at LUNAR. And I do believe with 15 seconds or so, possibly one more contest. Correct.
Wow.
Jason can't win it.
Eros comes up with a massive 3-piece just at the last, but now it's all about the rotations as we go all the way to P1, ladies and gentlemen. The hill that gets the least amount of time, it seems, in the entirety of Call of Duty. Who's going to be able to pick this up as a differential?
See, now this is a bit of a tough one for either team, because now they need to balance their resources to try and get as much time as possible on this P1 and possibly get the spawns. And Redom's doing a fantastic job here as he managed to clear the hill, possibly find a second, can't quite find it. And the trade's going backwards and forwards. No one in the hill, but it's favorable spawns going the way. Frantic, sorry, but if you look over the new map there, that's going to be number 7. Jason managed to make the heads up play, snuck through in the back, but they have sniffed him out. Will he be able to find him when he needs to? Does he find one? He does. Does he find the second? Jason goes huge on the main stage, possibly flipping the spawns. What is this team? These teams are so contested. I don't know what
Jason
else
all
to
by
say.
himself here at the moment will be able to get hunted down here, but the spawns still do stay in favor of Frantic. At the moment, we take a look at the top screen, and it does look like they've managed to hunt down most of the players. The players furthest forward is Maestro. He will get locked down. LUNAR Gaming, despite having the lead here, will need to come up with a concise push, but it's all coming out on top of Frantic at the moment as they pick themselves up 4 kills. They are left to try and try again. Will LUNAR be able to commit here as a team to try break this heal, or will it come in drips and drabs and allow for them to be able to seek their way through? Sheldon says, you know what, I'll come straight through the front door. However, he gets shut down. On the opposite side of things, the player furthest forward is going to be Droplex. They've looked at him time and time again to come out on solid, but it does look like he will fall down at the last. As there's 30 seconds at all that remains, the heal remains contested. Player number 4 is none other than Bliss. He needs to be able to try hold on to this one, but it does look like the Frantic 6 squad are having to push down the left-hand side. 2 players get knocked down in quick succession. It's Eros still on the heal. It's confusion all over the map, but it's going to be Frantic Gaming who come up with the solid clutch at the last and come up from a losing position on the hard point to come out with the map 5 clincher. As it does look like we're going to go to that map number 5. The reverse sweep potentially in effect here from Frantic 6.
My goodness, that was crazy. Absolutely fantastic play coming out of Frantic at the end there. They were completely spread up across the map there. They had the power positions. Their ARs were set up. They just cut them down. And unfortunately, for the boys over at LUNAR, they lost their heads a little bit there. Single pushed, and it really cost them. And Nick, we're going to game 5.
We are going to game 5 indeed. At this rate, I'm going to lose my voice and lose my mind at the same time. Sanity and voice be gone. For right now, it does look like we're going to be going to map number 5. It is tied up at 2 apiece, and that means that, ladies and gentlemen, what might decide this? It's going to be search and destroy, and to be honest, I don't think I can handle it. If LUNAR come out, on top of this one, I don't think I can handle it. I might need to just do a VOD cast where we can just remain silent and just enjoy, and I can maybe eat some popcorn and drink some Coke while watching this. But for right now, I can't believe it. We're here, map number 5.
And if the boys over at LUNAR clutch up this one, we're going to have to do it all again. As we're jumping straight into game number 5, Piccadilly. No messing around here. And we're all hoping for a round 11, because I certainly am.
I don't know if my heart can take it, to be honest. I don't know if it can take it, but for right now, it does look like we're going to be going to map number 5. It is Piccadilly. I hope the teams didn't swap sides, because that's just going to make my codcaster life a nightmare. But it does look like, let's just have a look if we've got name tags. That's what's essentially going to decide it here. As it does look like we've got the correct side, so that's good to know at least, as we can jump on board. Do we have any sniper rifles? Yes, Eros going to whip up the sniper rifle out of the gate.
Well, Piccadilly is where dreams are made or broken, and at the moment it's going to be the boys over at Frantic looking to get set up on attack. There's 2 bloods. Wait, back to back as Jason finds 2 in the round, and now all of a sudden it's going to be a 2v5 situation for Ugandan Sonic and Bliss to clutch up. Under a minute to work with now. Bomb yet to go down in a bit of a tough spot.
A bit of a tough spot indeed at the moment. LUNAR looking very solid as Sheldon picks up 1, and now they should know where this positional call-out is of Ugandan Sonic, who's unfortunately got so much left to do, and eventually will get taken down there. So LUNAR taking round number 1 of the search and destroy.
Looking like a bit of a carbon copy of the first search and destroy here as they managed to take that first round nice and quickly. But if the series is anything to go by, I definitely think we got an entire map in front of us here.
Oof! Wow. Maybe another series. Like I said, I don't know if I could take it. For right now, it comes down to who's on the attack, and that is none other than the LUNAR Gaming squad. And at the moment, I want to jump on board with Boots, who's going to be aiming directly down the middle of the map.
Nice, strong B push coming out of the boys over at LUNAR, trying to get set up here, trying to get the kills when they need to. Sheldon pushed up really aggressively here. Does have Dead Silence play pop. I don't think they know. However, Jason, the bomb carrier, has been cut down.
Alright, down to a 4v5 situation on the defensive side of things. Redham picks up his second. At the moment, Eros will be able to take down the player inside store, and that does seem like it's going to be a trade as Maestro picks up one of his own. And now we're down to a 2v4 situation. Droplex bringing it back at the moment. Droplex trying to come up with a second. Unfortunately, not able to do so. So Maestro left alone, and oof, not the best time to pop Dead Silence.
Yeah, quite far from the bomb, and I do believe the boys over at Frantic do know that, so he's going to be playing for some information here. I do believe he might have just spotted Ugandan something there. I'm not sure if he quite glimpsed him like we did. I suppose we do have an unfair advantage, but I definitely think Sonic saw him there.
Alright, so Maestro darting his way, trying to find a bomb to plant. At the moment, down to a 1v2 situation. Oh, we'll be able to pick down one. Shots get fired from the opposite side. Oh, goes back. He realizes, I need to pick up a bomb. And unfortunately, all he picks up is a couple of bullets to the face.
Truly seeming like the first S&D that was in this series. I'm not exactly sure about crossing over back to that direction. Maybe if he flanked around through the buses there, he might have been able to get the play there, but first round for the boys over at Frantic.
Okay, so we jump back to, once again, the attacking team is the one that needs to break the differential here. Such a defensively orientated map when it comes down to
this map. Absolutely, I definitely agree. Piccadilly is all about your angles, and if you don't hold them right, you're going to suffer for it.
ooh, big kills coming out here from Frantic as they pick themselves up too early on. It does look like Boots will be able to take down Sonic, bring it down to a 4v3 situation. Make that a 3v3 as Maestro picks up one of his own.
Trades are coming through for either team, and that's exactly what you want to see. And it couldn't be more evenly matched, to be honest.
Now look at this position here from Eros. Will be able to come through with a flank, and now it's left down to Boots all alone on his lonesome at this point. As it does look like the players are going to be able to wrap towards the B side. He just wants to get himself a long line of sight.
He does have Dead Silence to work with, so if he does pop that, he might be able to find some kills, but he's in a bit of a tough spot now as he has the clock and the players to play against, and there's not much time for that.
Trying to spot out just a couple of feet, but nothing to be found here. It's going to be a very, very difficult situation. 3v2, tries to spot out one. Very good play there from Bliss. Just says, you know what, you want to challenge? That's cool. I don't need to. Right now, just trying to spend as much time spending time of the opposite number at the moment, as it does look like all shots will rain in towards his direction. And there we go. Frantic Gaming pick themselves up around one step closer towards a reverse sweep in this grand finale.
Yeah, and they were playing that clock perfectly, and Boots found himself in a bit of a tough situation then. I actually do like his play of not popping Dead Silence and wasting it. So he's got that in the back pocket to possibly make a play on a little bit later in the next round.
Alright, so now LUNAR on the attack. Let's see, they desperately now need to win themselves an attacking round.
I definitely think so as well.
Does look like we're going to see an A push here. At the moment, Simtex will get thrown out from Jason as well as a concussion. Or I'm not too sure, that could have been a smoke grenade. Does look like it's actually a smoke at the moment. Jason trying to go for the shots, or the plant rather. Does look like Jason will get taken out by Eros. Eros still manages to stay alive. Was the bomb planted there? I don't think it was. I think it was a split second off.
No, it wasn't. Like, I don't think it could be closer. That was like 0.1 of a second. And now the trades are not going the way of LUNAR Gaming, as they need to pick up that bomb and plant it once again, as it is still going to be a 3v2 situation for Boots and Droplex to clutch up.
All round has to be made that there's a player on police car at the moment. Bomb is still down, and I don't know if it's been picked up here. But it does look like we've got a 3v2 situation. Eros trying to flank through the back. We'll be able to pick up one. Dives in towards the bus. Ooh, managed to stay alive in that one. As now it's going to be Droplex. Oh, going darting between buses, but snaps are too quick here from Eros.
It looks like the boys over at Frantic are riding the momentum at the moment. And yeah, That's a bit of a spirit breaker at the moment as they've managed to find 3 rounds in a row. They're going to need to change something up now. Quickly is the boys over at LUNAR, otherwise it's going to start slowly running away.
Yeah, I mean, if FRANTIC from their side of things come up with the attacking win here, that's going to be absolutely massive for them. I mean, starting off things firing on all cylinders with FRANTIC in their previous attack. Let's see what they're going to be able to do here.
Looks like it's going to be a hard A push coming out of the boys over at FRANTIC, trying to get control as quickly as possible. Can the boys over at LUNAR read this is the question. Number 9 getting in that power position, that's going to be Boots getting up in top fashion. Just trying to see if he can't get a good line of sight onto the bomb. No kills as of yet, just playing time. This is the informational play as per usual. It's Boots, finds first blood from that power position.
Yeah, Boots just using that height advantage to be able to pick off an opposite player, and just like that, he forces the gunfire from the rest of the FRANTIC squad, and LUNAR are happy to use the broom to clean up at the moment. Bliss and Uganda Sonic are the 2 players left alive, going up against 5 LUNAR gaming players. Oof, you've got to have a tough time ahead of you. There's 40 seconds left on the clock with it all to do.
Hey, we've seen one of these already in the previous S&D just from the other team, so now the onus is definitely over on the boys at FRANTIC. Ugandan Sonic being a little bit aggressive there as Boots takes out Bliss. Now it's a 1v5, 30 seconds to work with. I've seen some things, but I don't think Ugandan Sonic has enough in his back pocket to win this because he doesn't even have the bomb.
No bomb in hand, but bursts through the doorway, says, "Hi Boots, how you doing?" No, we don't sell Boots up here. Unfortunately, he will be able to come up with a kill. And just like that, it's going to be FRANTIC finding themselves losing potentially a little bit of momentum here as a defensive round goes in favor of LUNAR. Now, going into this next round, LUNAR desperately need this. What do you think they need to do to change it up?
I think they need to get control of the side a bit better before they plant, because what happens is they're trying to rush plant, and sometimes that strat works, but 9 times out of 10, if you plant and you're not properly covered, they'll just kill you, and then all of a sudden the bomb is down. Serious disadvantage. I think they just need to be a little bit slower and more methodical, get control just a little bit better, and from there they can start getting into those power positions, getting the kills when they need to. But having a look over, it's going to be another hard A push there from the boys over at LUNAR.
It's all about just winning those small advantages. At the moment, Jason looks to get that bomb planted down. It does look like they've got an opportunity to do that, but Ugandan Sonic brings one back. As now it's a 4v4. Bomb is planted, and there we go. Now it's Boots trying to watch the rotations. As it does look like Rhythm's going to be able to pick down Maestro. We've got ourselves a 3v4.
This is exactly what I was talking about now. See, now he's got a little bit more time to play with as Eb finds drop legs, and it's going to be a 2v5, 2v4 situation. Make it a 2v3 situation. Jason can't quite find. It's going to be Boots left in a 1v3. 22 seconds to work with. Definitely can do it. The diffuse is in. Boots gets cut
Not going to
down.
be enough there. I mean, the attacking round is so tricky. Both of these teams been struggling on attack to try find the round, to try find the clincher. So far, FRANTIC, the only ones being able to stand tall, and stand true. Now, with one more round in the back pocket on the attack, surely that will take one massive step here for FRANTIC to be closer to securing and locking out this game. You got to think that that's what they're hoping for from their side. For right now, they're on the attack, and let's see what moves they're going to make. It does look like Eros has gone for the sniper rifle.
I definitely agree with you. I think this round is the most or second most important round to win in the match, seeing as though if you win this round, they put you up at game point, and if the boys over at LUNAR manage to clutch this round up, it just keeps them in just that little bit longer. So, of course, Eros with that sniper in hand, trying to see if he can't find the pick, trying to get set up like a young simp. Might be able to give Boots a haircut here as the informational play has come, and the haircut is in, surely.
But we'll be able to lock him down in his position. There we go. Eros picks up a big kill now, bringing it down to a 3v2, or rather 5v3 situation. As 2 players have been locked down, there's 1 player on the cross in terms of bus side. Oh, it does look like he'll face a tremendous amount of gunfire as they bring it down to a 2v4. At the moment, this is looking very solid for FRANTIC.
Being set up now in that power position is going to be Sheldon, last alive, left in a 1v4. Bomb down.
There we go.
Gets cut down.
FRANTIC come up with a massive win there on attack, and now all they need is 1 defensive hold out of 3 potential rounds that they will be playing from the defensive side. Wow, that's going to be it's not necessarily the toughest ask, but if I'm LUNAR right now, I've been so close to going up with a 3-0 to watching it all slip away.
And that's what they call in the industry a bit of a choke.
Ay.
And that's just unfortunate for them, but match is not over yet, but definitely a hell of a mountain to climb, and they can only do that one round at a time, as it is going to be the boys over at Frantic looking to close this out. Hard B push coming out of Luna and First Blood, so they
Yeah.
at least have a little bit of advantage. Let's see if they
That's
can make
really,
this
really good on the attack as they pick up another one. This time it does look like the full squad. Oh, no, that sniper shot really needed to be able to cover them a little bit better than that, but it does look like we've got a 2v4 situation at the moment, as it does look like Uganda Sonic is left alone. A bit of madness, it has to be said, being thrown in here from the Frantic Gaming squad, who just jumped into that one and said, you know what, let's go all-out attack. Bit confusing.
Well, they paid dearly for that now, as it's a 1v3 for the boy Ugandan Sonic to clutch up here. 30 seconds to work with. Not impossible, but very unlikely, because if you look over at your map there, it's a complete triangle ready and set up to close at any point on
The
this
map's also doing no favors at the moment, as making some noise as soon as he jumps into the store. You get essentially, hey, somebody's carried a weapon inside of here, and those are not allowed, unfortunately. So, does look like he will get taken down inside the library, and just like that, it's now down to LUNAR to try win 3 more rounds in a row.
Absolutely, this is definitely their game to lose. So that's another round under their belt, trying to push it back one round at a time. Let's see if they can clutch it up.
Alright, so it's going to be Frantic on the attack yet again. Let's see if they're going to be able to come up with those early kills. Looks like Redham comes up with one. Eros comes up with one of his own, bringing it down to 3v5. They've been looking pretty solid on attack, it has to be said. At the moment, I want to jump on board with Eros just to be able to see what he's going to be able to do from his end.
Not looking good for the boys over at LUNAR Gaming, as it's now going to be a 2v5. Droplix and Maestro, can they do it?
Right.
I suppose.
So we're on board with Maestro at the moment, left down into a situation, and just like that, ladies and gentlemen, it's Frantic 6 that secure themselves the game thanks to a very coordinated attacking push. I mean, they've been looking very, very confident on Piccadilly when it comes down to their attacking games. And just like that, it's Redham that cleans up that kill, and LUNAR Gaming from 2-0 in the lead find themselves 3-2 at the end of the series.
That's showbiz, baby. And some you win some, you lose some. Unfortunately, the boys over at LUNAR Gaming couldn't quite clutch up when they needed to. But GG's to both sides. That was an absolutely phenomenal series. We do love Game 5s. And yeah, thanks for having me, Mr. Holden. I really do appreciate it. That was some talking points. What do you think? What do you take away
well,
from
I
this?
just want to have a little bit of a look at the scoreboard and who did what. And Sonic and Eros really standing out in their own right there. I mean, Eros whipped out that sniper rifle time and time again, managed to come out on top, and essentially, I think no fault of his own or of his teammates managed to turn things around. I mean, they've really had themselves up against it throughout this entire series. Time and time again, they've essentially had a man down. They found themselves on the back foot, and right now they've managed to prove their worth here today, which is saying quite a bit. I mean, they had a lot of things going against them.
Yeah, and they managed to force all the way to a Game 5 and then clutch it up. So Frantic, GG's to you. Definitely the better squad on the day. Fantastic, fantastic Call of Duty. And of course, thanks to everyone that's come out and shown support to the local boys. I mean, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as far as that goes, that closes out the Challenger series. I think it's been an interesting attempt to be able to try highlight some teams that might have not necessarily made it all the way into what we consider the winners bracket, losers bracket, as well as grand finals. So it's nice to be able to put the spotlight on them. And I do want to say a big shout out to all of the casters that have been with me here today, especially Trout, Woot, as well as Zach, from all three of you guys. And I understand that there's also been some casting that has been taking place over this past weekend. So big shout out. It's so important to be able to put the spotlight on the community, and that's exactly what the Challenger series or the Challenger Cup was meant to be. So I'm glad that we managed to be able to translate that and hopefully being able to see a little bit more. But I mean, looking forward, we've got the Premier knockouts to be able to look forward to still, which should be one hell of a show. And I know that we've got some rivalries of teams getting ready to face one another.
Absolutely, and yeah, I don't know what else to say to take away from this this series. It was fantastic Call of Duty. You love to see it. Good turnout of people, and yeah, it's just the support has been phenomenal. Thanks again, Mr. Holden, and shout out to you for organizing all of it. You can say what you will about us and the casters or whatever, but we wouldn't be here. This tournament wouldn't happen without you and you pulling the strings behind the scenes. And I cannot tell you how much the community appreciates.
Thank you, man. But you know me, I'm always going to throw that love across to the ACGL family. Without them, these things would not be possible, especially the amount of work that they do behind the scenes. And luckily enough, I get to put my face in front of these things from time to time, but there's people managing the scores, managing the socials, managing the admin work. Hey, I've got the easy job. I just need to be able to talk right. So they really putting in the work. So a big shout out to all of them. If you can do us a favor, ladies and gentlemen, by all means, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. That does us a little bit of a favor, at least from our side of things. I hope that you all enjoyed the action here this past weekend, where essentially we had the top 3 teams going head to head. So congratulations. Essentially in first place, it's none other than FRANTIC 6, not FRANTIC 6, right, Trot? I know we had our banter. Hey, but further from that, then it was LUNAR Gaming coming out in second place, third place going across to losers bracket. It has been an absolute blast to be able to commentate and just see exactly what these teams have to offer. I'm sure we'll be able to see a lot more. Everybody at home, make sure that you tune in to that reveal for Call of Duty on Wednesday. I know I'll be live tweeting. I can't wait to see what the new year is going to be able to offer. And everybody make sure that you get ready to either drink some more energy drinks or some coffee, because we got some CDL action to be able to watch this evening as well. So to everybody from the ACGL family, from myself and the rest of the team, I want to say thank you to everybody that tuned in. We really do appreciate it. We love your faces, and I'm sure we'll catch you all on the next one. Cheers.
Yo, thank you, Nick. That was a